All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. What's up, Matt? What are you laughing at?
Oh, the headphone box. Every time you turn the little knob, it goes. And I keep thinking if I just keep jiggle it, it'll get fixed. It'll clean itself up, but it never does.
Never does.
Here we go. We're going to turn it down a little bit.
Look at Naomi Uranus, everybody. She just did a great job.
Got to be Uranus.
Oh, but she's Canadian, so she obviously cheated.
You're really upset about people
I'm
cheating.
not upset. I'm just making an observation. The Canadians cheat.
How do you think you do at curling?
I don't know. I'd like to think that I could be good at it if I worked at it.
I think everybody thinks that about curling, and that just makes me feel sympathetic to the actual curler.
We used to have a huge listener of our show.
He was very huge, about 6'9", 380 pounds.
He was a tall guy, if
He
I
was
remember
kind of
right.
tall, yeah.
And he would come to our remotes and just talk to us while we were on the air. But anyway, he also really liked curling.
Loved curling.
He stopped listening to the show at some point.
How do you get into curling? Is my question.
Well, you grow up
like
from
Nick.
shuffleboard. You're in the bar and you're playing the shuffleboard and you're like, I'd like to do this, but like with bigger objects and brooms.
You're like playing shuffleboard with your pops and you're like, Dad, what if we did this on ice? You ever think that? You ever do something and you're like, wow, I wonder what it would be like if we did this on ice?
Oh, sure.
You ever been golfing before? You're like, I wonder what happens if we did this on ice.
Hey, speaking of the Olympics, so John emails into the show, one of our great listeners.
What? Maybe to you.
He says, if you didn't hear it during his show, ask Matt about his idiotic Olympic medal take.
John is a great
He's
listener.
a hate listener.
He's a hate listener.
It all counts the same.
It all counts
the same. We love the haters.
Haters and the losers,
Haters
of which
and the
there
losers.
are many,
That's
especially
right.
for your show, apparently.
No, I actually have a great contingent. I will tell you right now. Connor Happer, in the divorce of the Connor Happer show, he left the kids. And they're great kids. Kenneth and J-Man.
They're on our show too.
And Alex. And I didn't get Stibbs, though. Stibbs kind of pops in. When Stibbs comments in my chat, it's like a little sweet treat.
He's filling in for John on Thursday. You can ask him if he likes your show.
Wow, you never work during basketball.
This has been the weirdest year.
He's doing 2 shows this week.
This has been the weirdest year because all of the road trips are in the middle of the week.
Yeah.
And all the home games are at the end of the week. And
Yeah,
it's
it's
not messed with everything.
Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome when like the pregame show or the postgame shows that are the quickest happen on like a Wednesday where nobody cares, but the longest postgame shows have to happen on a Saturday? Isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
you mean when they lose by a lot of points again? Is that what you're talking about? Anyway, your Olympics
Yeah,
medal take.
what's this take?
We can get to Creighton later.
I
on the
would
show.
rather be a bronze. I would rather win a bronze.
Wow. Okay, this is already off the rails.
I would rather win a bronze medal than win a silver medal. And
why?
Here's why.
That's insane.
Because if I won a silver medal, all I would think about is, wow, I was so close. Like, what could I have done more? Like
maybe you weren't close.
If you ain't first, you're last.
But all I'd be thinking about is like how close I was to being a gold medalist. And I would think about, what could have I done differently? And how could have I performed differently? How could have, I would torture myself, be like, yeah, the silver medal's fine, but man, I was so close to my dream.
What if you were all bunched up and you're separated by like
I'm
3
just going,
1,000?
okay, you can definitely do specific cases. Okay, you definitely can do that. But I'm just saying, in its entirety, if I won a bronze medal, I wouldn't deal with the torture of being so close to the gold. I would just be like, yeah, I went to the Olympics. I won a medal. I'm an Olympic medalist.
Well,
Deal with it. I'm a great athlete.
You can literally say the same thing about the silver. I am an Olympic medalist.
But I'm saying that the torture that comes with winning the silver because you're so close to gold outweighs just, winning a bronze medal. I just won a bronze medal. I'm a medalist. I'm an Olympic medalist. You're an Olympic medalist anyway. If you're a silver medalist or a bronze medalist, you just don't have to live with the pain if you're a bronze medalist. You're just, I went to the Olympics,
this is going to be a great philosophy of yours next year when the Vikings come back and win the North
Central.
And then the Packers and then the Bears. You'll be like, well, at least we didn't finish second. We finished third.
Oh, that's fun.
My heart would have been more broken if the Bears lost in the NFC Championship game as opposed to losing in the divisional game. Because I would have been like, oh my God, we were so close. We were right there. Like, so imagine, let's just flop the games. Let's just say that what happened to the Bears in the divisional game happened in the NFC Championship game. There's going to be no consolation of being closer or of winning another game. It'll just be, God, we were closer, and God, this sucks more because we were right there.
I mean,
I don't even know what that's like to lose in the NFC Championship game.
Neither do I.
It just sucks to lose in the playoffs. I mean, I don't weigh it.
And it just sucks to lose in general. So if I'm going to lose either way, right? Like, what is the difference? What is the difference between the bronze medal and the silver medal?
Why not?
What's the real difference?
How about just not
silver's worth a little more?
How about not even compete, and then you have no pain whatsoever of coming close to anything?
You both understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, we understand what you're saying. We just think it's dumb.
Yeah,
you're just
that's
wrong.
like what they thought about your music takes, and you got really offended by that. Like,
Nice.
it's kind of the same
This
process.
was a long time ago.
Aaron
I'm
Papillion
over it
says
now.
fourth is by far the worst place in the Olympics. Would you rather be fourth or second?
I would rather be second.
Okay, because you do want the medal.
No, fourth is just like, who cares?
Yeah, you're
Like, it
almost to a
doesn't
medal.
really matter.
How many
get
bronze
anything.
medalists do you know?
That's a good point.
Chloe Kim.
Are you just throwing stuff out?
Nicholas Chalmerson.
Who? Exactly. I mean,
By the way,
know.
Stibbs did say, I'm listening, Matt. Don't worry. I can't be in the chat as much lately. Certainly listen more than the morning show. Way harder with my schedule.
Oh, I thought he would just say, listen way more to you because you're better than the morning show is what I was hoping.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm not claiming that I am.
Yeah, good.
I mean,
I'm not claiming that I am.
I kind of see where your point is coming from, but at the end of the day, the silver is more prestigious than the bronze.
It's more.
I
I agree.
understand your point.
I totally. I'm not disputing that.
Give me the prestige.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I
I
just think
agree.
you're
The
wrong.
prestige of a silver medal is higher than a bronze medal. But I'm saying that I would rather have lower prestige and less pain of almost being close to the gold medal.
But again, what if you weren't close? What if you're speed skating and Eric Heiden does 5 laps around you and you're done?
At this point, like, if you're not even close, but you're the silver medalist, obviously the gold medalist is so dominant that nobody gives a damn who won the other 2 medals to begin with. You know, like the people who swim against Katie Ledecky and
Who cares?
Like, who cares? Like, they're not really bragging.
They're actually they are actually swimming for silver.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And like they go ahead and they win the silver, and it's like, all right, cool, I got a medal. Like, you're just swimming for a medal. It doesn't matter you won silver or not. You can't beat Katie Ledecky. It's same thing with like the dude who lost to the speed skater, Stoltz. Jordan Stoltz. He's he's a stud.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But that guy from the Netherlands, he's right there. Like, he is so close to beating him.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Stoltz is this like massive superstar. Everybody knows who he is now because he's great. That guy has to live with the pain of being literally that close to it. Where the bronze medalist, he's just like, yeah, dude, I won a bronze, man. I'm an Olympic medalist.
It was
forever.
funny. I was watching the figure skating last week, and it was that couple, the American couple, that feels like they got screwed against the French.
They
right?
did because of the frogs.
I'm not.
They cheated.
I'm not watching figure skating, so it sucks on me.
All right. Anyway, so the people who won bronze, they were over the moon happy. And the people who won gold, over the moon happy. The Americans were pissed. They were so mad.
That's the point.
That's because they got jobbed.
They did. They got
jobbed.
Yeah, they were
because they were so close, and yet they didn't win.
They actually weren't close because the French judges purposely downgraded the Americans so badly. It ended up
I think it was more that they were like triggered.
Stanford just hit a leadoff triple against Nebraska.
Okay.
Great.
We can't get this on the TV, can we? It wasn't like this over the weekend, though. It wasn't it? The games were on MLB channel, right?
I think Josh.
Does Nick actually know this? Nick, is this a Nick fact? Do you know for sure?
It said MLB.com. If you go to the Nebraska Huskers baseball thing, it just says MLB.com.
I'm sure he's right. I'm just
because you're right. I watched the game on Friday night at a bowling alley. It was actually on MLB Network.
I love watching things at bowling alley.
I don't, because I can barely pay attention. Though I did see Wisconsin absolutely rocking Michigan State.
Oh, that was fun. I watched that. I watched that.
Are you saying it's harder to skim?
Because
harder to skim your sport,
graze. That's
the word.
I'm chatting with my friends. I'm trying to have a good time. I'm celebrating strikes and spares.
When
can't be watching baseball.
When the Bears play on Thursday night, always on Sundays we would go bowling as a family in the afternoon and watch the afternoon slate on the bowling TV.
Yeah, I was there for the AFC Championship game that the Chiefs lost to the Bengals, and barely remember anything about it except that the Chiefs were down by a lot of points, and then I could barely pay attention because we were bowling.
I watched a Bengals-Bills game at a bowling alley.
The playoff game?
Nope, not that one.
Oh, no, the DeMar Hamlin game.
I watched that game at a bowling
I missed
alley.
that play live by like 20 seconds. We were out to eat that day, and we left. We're like, let's get home to watch the game. And we missed like the first few, because that was like super early, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like first drive.
Yeah, and so we park, and we hear a play, and then we walk inside, and I'm like, oh, man, somebody got hurt. That sucks.
We were pre-gaming at one of my friend's house, like having a couple beers before we went to the bowling alley. And then the play happened, and we were like, "Oh, okay, that doesn't look great." Get in the car. We just go to the alley like after the play.
There's no game on anymore,
and like
it's a wide shot.
We're like people are in the back of the car, and the entire time they're giving like updates on like, that dude died, and we're like, who is that? Like the whole thing, and then we get there, and then all of a sudden Jeff Darlington is just sitting outside of a Cincinnati hospital, just being like, "Yeah, outside here, this is where DeMar is." And it's just like, all right.
That was a crazy night. That was a crazy,
wild night.
Yeah.
I was very impressed. Who was on the panel for that? That they had to keep cutting to that poor panel.
It would have been like
they had
SVP
to keep wasting. I think Booger was on there.
Probably.
And they kept cutting to Booger.
Yeah, because they had to fill 3 hours.
Can you imagine how much more awkward that whole coverage would have been if it would have been during the era where Boog was just riding up and down the sidelines in that car?
Oh, that would have been terrible.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Some idiot at ESPN, and I guarantee you they're going to have even dumber ideas when they air the Super Bowl.
Have you thought about our deal yet?
No, I'm not doing this.
I
was thinking about this morning.
I want 2 Popeyes prospects to be named later now. Every week it goes on.
There's no Popeyes involved in this.
Every
trade.
week that it goes on and you want to watch MLB TV and not have to pay for ESPN because I'm paying for it, you'll have to pay for another combo of Popeyes.
Yeah, but I refuse to be involved in any trades with Popeyes. I don't.
Will you buy me KFC?
I won't do that either.
So you won't buy me anything.
I don't want you to suffer through KFC.
I love KFC. I actually made fried chicken this week that was homemade fried chicken that was inspired on the KFC original recipe.
Well, I guarantee it was better than KFC because KFC's gone way.
It was actually awesome.
Way downhill.
I made fried chicken and drank Miller Lights and watched.
Oh yeah, you texted and asked about that, and I responded. No one else did, and then you never said that you made chicken.
Oh, I got it. I got my chicken. I made it.
How did it turn out?
It turned out great.
You didn't send any photos.
Oh, should I have sent photos?
Well, you asked the question. He asked the group chat. He goes, "Hey, has anybody ever made fried chicken before?" And I responded, "I haven't, but Riz has." And I said, "It's really good."
Looks edible, yeah.
And then, nice.
Really?
It does.
Really?
It
edible?
Does.
You could have said great. You could have said golden brown. You could have said nice.
I can't really tell,
chicken.
but it does look golden brown from here.
Yeah, it's good looking.
I had to buy like a oil thermometer.
Well, it does help to have the proper oil.
You know? Oh, vegetable oil is what I got. It's got a high smoke point. That's what they say you should go for.
That's a good call.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't get the avocado oil. I'm not a soy boy, you know.
We have
soy boy.
We have both avocado because you have to have different oils for different cooking. A good cook would know this.
Avocado oil is good for searing meat because it has a higher smoke point. I mean, that's just trying to, with Soy Boy Peterson over there is trying to act like he doesn't, like I don't know that he knows that I know what oils are used for what meats.
Listen.
Have you been watching Joe Rogan?
Why? Because I like meat.
Oh, the terms you're using, throwing out soy boy a lot.
I just said it twice.
It is funny. I like it.
It is funny to call the skinny runner soy boy. It's just kind of low hanging fruit.
I ate a lot this weekend. It was great.
You had a lot of soy?
No.
You had a lot of boys?
No. Okay. Would you settle down over there, man?
You said you had a lot.
Good Lord.
I didn't know,
man. We're talking about food.
I didn't know what you were. You said I had a lot of that, and it wasn't soy, so it had to be the other thing at the end of the sentence.
Absolute imbecile.
I give you credit. You're cook as much as you waste money by going out to eat a lot. You are cooking.
I am cooking.
Cooking much more aggressively than most people your age would ever.
It is
like,
impressive.
Like I told you, I have a nice lunch and then I eat like a rat for dinner.
Right.
You know.
Well, obviously yesterday you Must have ate.
But
really well for dinner.
like I ate that, and then that was lunch and dinner, and it was part breakfast today.
Now,
and
I
it will
would
be
be-
part dinner tonight.
I would be really
Wow.
impressed if
Yeah.
you bought the chicken whole and cut it yourself.
Do you know what I did do though? I can butcher a chicken.
Can you? Okay, good.
I have learned how to do
That's
that.
impressive.
I can spatchcock as well if you want me to. I mean, I
We
only
have a
do
grill
it.
here at the office.
I-
You should do it sometime
I only spatchcock for friends and family, but I can make
Yeah.
an exception
for coworkers.
for coworkers, of course.
Mhm.
But I did buy different like pieces of meat for the fried chicken.
Sure.
So I bought thighs and drums, and I got breasts too.
Bone in.
No, not bone. They're
Oh
all
wait, so is this all
The
bone out?
breasts.
all bone out.
Interesting.
Do you not think it's no? Wait. The drumsticks were bone in.
Okay.
Kind of have to be.
Boneless thighs and a
Mhm.
boneless breast.
Because now, okay, we're gonna have a bar versus brewery conversation.
Mm.
If I were to say I'm going to have fried chicken, I think that means that it has to be bone in. I do not think that Raising Cane's has fried chicken. That is not fried chicken.
Yeah, because it's
not.
always crispy.
It's
If it's
something
not
else.
boned in, it's
It is-
crispy.
Yeah, it's crispy strips. It is not fried chicken though. Fried chicken is.
Like you're not getting a fried chicken sandwich.
See, yeah, when you just said a breast, I was like, oh
Well, they
wow, you
call it
bought
a
a
fried chicken
bone-in chicken breast. Like that's hard to find, but it wasn't that.
Yeah,
they call it a
I
fried
got
chicken
a
sandwich?
question for you.
They do call that a fried
What
chicken
what is
sandwich.
frying? Right? What is frying? You
Yeah.
heat up oil
Yeah.
and you put breading on something.
No, I'm
and
just-
then you fry it. And
Yeah.
then what am I frying?
Chicken.
I'm frying chicken.
Yeah.
Therefore, I made fried
No,
chicken.
you fried chicken, but you didn't have fried chicken.
No. I had fried chicken. because
Baymon
I
says
had-
truth, Josh.
No, I
Thank
had
you.
chicken that was fried. First off, so I had what did I have then? What did I eat? You telling me that I had tenders? Is that what you're saying? I
So you
had
had
tenders.
you had crispy chicken.
Crispy chicken.
No, crispy chicken would be if I pan fried it. That's crispy chicken.
Yeah.
That's what a
Stib says I'm with Josh. As
That's a
stupid
cutlet.
as it
It's
is.
called pan frying.
We're not-
and
hey,
crispy.
I
you don't
deep
need to be triggered
fried-
because I'm not triggered right
I
now.
deep fried chicken. I literally took chicken and I fried it.
you
And
know how
it's called
disappointed I'd
fried
be
chicken.
if someone was like, "Hey, come on over. We're having fried chicken tonight." I'd
because
be like,
so-
"Whoa,
so
you're
be-
making me fried chicken." I walk over and it's a chicken breast. I'd be like, "This isn't fried chicken. What is this?"
Well, it's fried
It's
chicken.
crispy.
It's fried
crispy.
chicken.
It's-
I fried,
it's fried
chicken.
Crispy chicken.
So you're telling me that because I didn't have a little bone in my thigh?
Yeah,
That
Stib
it's
says
not
it. I
fried
never
chicken?
said going to get fried chicken and then get chicken fingers. That's not fried chicken.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
But he
fingers.
also didn't have fingers.
I did not have fingers.
He had a finger, a
No.
giant finger.
I had
No,
a
it was
big old
It was
chicken
a
breast,
breast.
and I had chicken thighs and the drumsticks. The drumsticks have bones.
Those
in them.
were fried
true.
chicken. That was fried chicken.
So I had part fried chicken, part not fried chicken.
Mhm.
That is that's I don't.
You
agree
had
with that.
fried chicken and then boneless tenders.
But they're not tenders. They were the
Not
whole
ten-
breast.
they were
It
the
was
whole-
just
yeah.
no bone.
I mean,
There's
you could still
no-
call one giant breast a tender.
So what do you call my thighs?
you?
That,
Those are tenders.
I'd call those boneless thighs. I'd call that a fried chicken sandwich. You could have put that on bread. That's what we do when we make fried chicken sandwiches.
But it's you just said fried chicken.
But there's
know
the
what?
other word on it, sandwich.
I got.
well, but he just didn't have it with the bread.
Look, I
So
don't
it's
make
still
the
fried
rules,
chicken.
Matt. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. This is a society.
You know,
made
I
of-
had
don't
I had
know.
a bad week last week in terms of getting angry on the air.
Uh-oh, are you
And-
doing it again?
And I'm just gonna agree to disagree.
Oh,
Good for you.
now that's hard for radio, but okay.
It's bad for our job.
We can't really say that. If John said something, I'm like, I agree to disagree.
No,
Time to go to break.
There have been moments where, when I used to do this with a co-host, that we would just go on for too long, and it would just be like, I'm just gonna agree to
Just
not
gonna
agree.
stop. We're just
We've
gonna
done.
stop.
We've hit our quota.
Yep.
We've made our points.
Hmm.
This isn't going anywhere. I agree to disagree. This is more of, if you want triggered Matt McMaster, you have a lot of hours to find that from last week's crossover.
Connor Happer tweets in at USC 1620.
This is going to be anti Matt McMaster.
All he says is nice tenders, Matt. He's praising your cooking, nice tenders. Maybe it's good that you didn't say
This
it
is
photo.
first off, it's just one of those things where I've never heard of this until now. I've never heard that I had to have bones in my chicken for it to be fried chicken.
Yeah.
And I also
I mean,
fried the chicken. John, why are you
I-
you're be on my side?
Because
You
he's not.
want
He's
to be on my
trying
side.
to. He's
No,
playing
I
devil's
am.
advocate.
I am actually on your side, Matt,
I know.
because when my wife makes fried chicken, she usually just gets the breast the whole breast, and fries
Really?
it. Yep.
Whoa.
Wow,
Along
that
with-
changes everything.
Along with the drumsticks.
Because I always thought when John was like, "Yeah, she makes fried chicken," I was like, "Wow, that's incredible."
So
because that is a long process. Because bone and fried chicken takes a long time.
Well, it takes a long time with or without the bone.
Longer with the bone, though.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it
If you have
doesn't.
a chicken breast with a bone and chicken breast without a bone, it takes way longer to cook.
No, it doesn't.
I wouldn't know.
No, it does
I
not.
know you would.
3-0, one out.
You
bases
just got to
loaded.
cook the meat. It's the size. All you're doing is it's still a large piece of meat.
But the bone plays a part of it.
What we
I'm
should
surprised you
have-
don't know that.
What we should
No,
have,
it does. I will say if there is a difference in time, it's not that great.
Okay.
what we should do today is have Josh read a children's book throughout the show. And every time something happens in the Nebraska baseball game, Nick should walk around and whisper into Josh's ear as to what happened.
A bone-in thigh will take roughly 40 to 45 minutes to cook. A boneless thigh, 10 to 15, or shaves 10 to 15 minutes off. That's like a third
Wait,
of the
what?
time.
Say that again.
A bone-in thigh will take roughly 40 to 45 minutes. Now, I don't know what this was cooking at.
Oh,
At 375. For boneless thighs,
That sounds like you're putting it in the oven.
I mean, it still
I
takes
don't think-
longer to fry.
I don't think you're.
Again, I'm surprised that you don't know this.
No one's cooking that. No, that does not sound right at all. A single bone-in thigh
Mhm.
fried in a cast iron skillet
It's going to take longer.
is going to take 45 minutes.
No, that was probably for the oven. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I was quoting your original time there.
Takes longer.
Hmm.
Wow, Nebraska's getting their asses beat. They're down 5-0.
They are. We just got a call from Jay, who's a cook.
What
Jay's
did
a
Jay
cook.
say?
He said, and I don't know if this means there's a difference, but he just said that the flavor of the chicken does change if there's a bone inside of it versus if there is not a bone
Oh,
inside
sure.
of it.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's-
No,
yeah.
No argument here.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know
true.
if that affects this argument at all.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I would prefer
I just want to know
having the bone in.
Mm.
what would you
But-
describe a boneless chicken breast the way that I made it? Just a big tender?
A boneless chicken breast.
Fritter.
Okay.
A fritter.
So if I were to tell you,
Chicken
if
fried
I were to
chicken?
tell you, hey Josh, Josh, I'm gonna have fried chicken and I'm gonna fry a boneless breast. Would that affect whether or not you were to come over to eat my food?
But you have regular fried chicken?
but I
mean-
but I had a drumstick.
Yeah, see, now that's a kid's food.
That's what I fried. That's
Yeah.
what you just said is fried
Drumstick
chicken.
is kids' food.
Drumstick fried chicken.
Ask this of severe.
You like a fried drumstick? You think that's children's food?
Yeah, I actually don't like it. I say give it to the children.
Even though it is a.
What's your
it's-
favorite
it's-
steak?
It's a chicken. It's like a
Ribeye.
chicken thigh.
Oh, dang
I
was
was thinking I was
gonna-
going to say filet.
it. Filet mignon.
No.
Because that's for the children.
Not for me.
Not for me. The ribeye is the steak.
Yeah, of course it is.
What you need to do is if you invite him over, just get your boneless breast, but then get
I-
like an old drumstick bone and just
Stick it in there.
just somehow, drill a little hole and stick it in. Here you go.
There you
Here's
go.
your,
Wait,
here's
wait,
your,
wait.
here's your
Wait.
bone in breast.
Wait, guys, one second. We can't give this to Josh yet. And I take a stick and I just stick the.
Well, it's gotta be
that's a
a bone.
kebab.
That's a kebab. Yeah.
Hot take.
gotta
I
be
think
a bone.
kebabs suck.
I don't.
Whoa,
I do
that
not
is
like
a,
kebabs.
that is a bad taste.
They're
I-
such tiny little pieces with tiny crappy
See,
vegetables.
I like kebabs. I don't think it should be an entree at a restaurant. Like if you're like, oh, we
Not
got
enough
chicken
food.
fried chicken, we got fried boneless chicken, and kebabs.
Whoa, that's bad
I-
takes.
I
bad
couldn't-
takes all
I
around.
Kebabs are
couldn't-
good. They just shouldn't be. They should be an appetizer.
I couldn't agree more with Josh Peters.
That-
Kebabs
See,
are
this is how
terrible.
we
These are-
come together.
These are bad takes all
Okay,
around.
I
You
got a
guys all
question.
didn't have good
I got a
kebabs.
question for you. What do you think takes longer to cook? A piece of chicken breast or a red pepper?
I have
Chicken breast.
The
Obviously.
chicken breast takes longer to take. Why are
course.
we cooking a chicken breast and a red pepper together? By the time that the chicken breast is done cooking, the red pepper is ash. It's
not ash if you know what you're doing.
No matter how
Mom
you
used to-
spin it.
Mom used to make kebabs all the time, and we never had a problem.
I ate
Ever.
my kebabs like a
6-0
beta. I took them
Stanford,
off the stick.
Bottom of the first.
Yikes.
You did what?
I
Just wants
took
to
my
pay attention to that.
kebabs off the stick.
Well, yeah, you don't eat them on the stick. Once you the kebab you eat, you cook it on the kebab, the spear. But then when you're
Yeah,
done,
President Matt says that kebabs are bad because it takes a bunch of things that have different cook times and cooks them all at once.
It's-
Something is going to be bad. It's
It's something is going to be terrible. And I also
going to be
don't think
overcooked or undercooked.
we've never had an issue with that.
Ooh, salmonella.
love salmonella.
Is that the
That was
new?
he was a really good reliever for the Tigers.
Nice.
Yeah,
Is that the name of the new Nebraska segment when football season starts? Overcooked, undercooked instead of firm and soft.
Nick put that on the calendar for Monday, September 8th. I guess that'll be Labor Day.
okay.
Maybe September.
That's a good
9th.
working title.
Overcooked or undercooked. This could be a fun bit all year where we try to figure out what our Monday segment's going to be called. Fried chicken or boneless fried chicken.
I like Nebraska's. I like Nebraska's pass game as much as a well done steak.
Ooh, you don't?
I hate it.
Yeah.
That's his point. It's not that good.
I did steak and eggs at a casino.
How'd that go?
And, I asked for medium rare.
How'd that go?
I should have asked for rare because then it would have been medium rare. Or
Well,
then it would have
was
been
medium?
I asked for medium and I got well done.
Well,
Oh my gosh.
I'm guessing the steak was pretty thin,
It
so
was-
the odds
I'm
of
gonna be
getting
re-
it
I'm going to be real with you. For $18,
$18.
for $18 steak and eggs, like it's a little much. It was pretty good.
I have
It was pretty
never
good.
ordered steak and eggs.
And I don't want to.
I've ordered.
I don't want dinner with my breakfast.
Beta soy boys, the unsportsmanlike
No.
conduct,
Hold
the
on.
most beta show
What
on
are you
1620
talking
the
about?
zone. If you like red meat loving,
I love red meat.
If
I
you
love
love
red meat.
fried chicken, beer loving people, you come and listen to Middays with Matt. If you like the seltzer boys,
get
and,
out of here.
and the soy
All right, I'm no
milk,
longer on your side.
and the oatmeal eating,
Right, hope you
anime watching
enjoyed your
conglomerate.
chicken tenders last night.
Go and listen on
your chicken
sportsmanlike
nuggets.
conduct.
Hope you enjoyed your chicken nuggets.
Mhm.
I've never.
John
had a,
Bishop here for soy milk.
I've never had a
No,
single
never.
experience where I've gotten steak as a part of a breakfast and enjoyed it. It's never seasoned. It's always just here's a slab of meat with eggs.
But
It's
that
never
has nothing to
good.
do with breakfast and everything to do with maybe you should have a better cook make it.
The closest I will go is chicken fried steak and eggs. That's
Chicken fried steak. My abuela makes a great chicken fried steak.
that's as close as I'll get. But I don't
Man,
I
I'm
don't want to
hungry.
I don't want a steak with my eggs. I just want, I want
Bacon,
breakfast meat.
sausage,
Yeah.
a burrito.
Yeah. Yeah. Breakfast burritos are hit or miss for me.
Well, you need to make them better then.
Like I think we talked about this today.
Make them with the bone in.
Make them with the
bone in burrito. Is it a burrito if it doesn't have a bone?
I have no idea.
Clearly not.
No, apparently not.
Good job. Nick has now sent us an invite for August 31st. Excellent job by
I like
Nick.
my burritos boneless personally.
Interesting.
I've
Boneless
never like the
burritos.
worst pizza to me is still like edible, still a good meal. I can have a good but like burrito, the variance of burritos is too much for me.
Really? It's
I've
that
had-
bad for you?
I've had some really bad burritos.
What's the worst burrito? I mean, Mister, you rank all your ranches. Where's your worst burrito?
There's this breakfast place we used to frequent. It's no longer open where I grew up. And I had, because I was like, breakfast burrito. And it was just, the tortilla was kind of stale and the eggs, I don't think they were cracking eggs back there. I think they had that weird nursing home, powder egg.
Ugh.
The
I
the
hate
type of
those.
powder egg that you would get at like a hotel, all you can eat buffet.
Remind
My-
me never to have a Skokie burrito.
My very first
Seriously.
job was
Have
at
a
a hog
Skokie
lab,
bagel.
and I had to
Have a
make those.
bagel. Don't have a burrito.
Skokie bagel, but no Skokie burrito.
Skokie actually is ranked as the best place to have a bagel that's not New York in the United States.
Okay, is this
Who
true?
ranked
Yes.
that? Where's that ranking?
That was
From
a
a guy
Food
in
Magazine.
Skokie.
New York Bagel and Bialy. You can have Kaufman's on Wilmette. There's some really good bagels.
Joe McDonald, the mayor of Skokie.
Brandon writes 1620 the kitchen.
A little bit.
There's been a lot of food talk.
There's been a lot of food
hungry.
talk.
Yeah.
Do you guys carry hot sauce in your bag wherever you go?
No,
No.
Okay.
I'm not that psycho.
Do you?
Yeah, of course I do.
Of course. Interesting.
I'm just worried the damn lid's gonna pop
Oh,
open
yeah.
and it's gonna be hot sauce all over the.
No, I carry packets.
Oh,
Hot sauce
packets.
packets.
And I'm still kind of worried that
Specifically the Popeyes hot sauce packets.
Oh, so
well, isn't
it's about
that
Louisiana
that's just
hot
Louisiana
sauce?
hot sauce.
The official
Yeah.
hot sauce of the Colorado Rockies.
It's not my favorite.
It's
I
my
mean, it'll
favorite.
do in a pinch.
Frank's.
Oh, you like a Red Hots? That's very American of you.
Frank's. I like the extra
Frank's.
hot.
Frank's is very good.
I'm a Cholula guy.
I had a spell
Cholula's
where
okay.
I was
It's a
into,
little too salty.
I was
for
into
me.
Red Devil for a little bit.
Red
I haven't
Devil.
had Red Devil in a long
Great.
time.
Very underrated.
Yep. I had
You
that
know,
for a while.
I do the Tapatio. If I can't
Tapatio's good.
It's not bad.
What's
It's
your
a
favorite
darker.
hot
It's a
sauce?
darker
It's
hot
much-
sauce.
Yeah, it's almost to the point where you're like, are you sure this stuff's still good? Because it
Dude,
looks almost too dark.
It does, and it's like dripping out, and also it like kind of curdles up sometimes.
Yeah,
at
because
the
it's
top
got,
of the
it's got little
bottle.
chunks in it.
It does,
And so it can get a little coagulated there and
coagulate.
at the nipple.
Like Conca nipple.
You ever get into Valentina?
Okay, so that's a popular one because it was on Hot Ones a lot, and so it was fine. It's okay. It's not my favorite. It's okay. What do you think of Bill Simmons driving Con Knipple 30 minutes to his
Very
hotel?
strange.
Very strange.
So Bill did an interview with Con Knipple, And then afterwards, he drove him to his hotel in L.A.
So like,
He's
people,
like, I didn't want to put him in an Uber. He's as old as my son.
people thought that like it was funny, and it was like,
I mean, it is
ha.
it is funny.
You know, but like that was like, if I'm Mr. Knipple, you know,
I don't think it's creepy.
I'd be
You
like,
think it's creepy?
It's Bill Simmons. Yes.
If I was Khan's dad, I'd be like, wow, this guy really likes my kid. You know, like, ugh.
I don't think it's that creepy.
It's weird, but it's not
It's
creepy.
weird.
It's funny.
Speaking
it's
about
funny,
creepy,
weird.
the greatest basketball player of all time had a moment yesterday.
It-
I agree. I agree where we were going, but it was a weird moment.
I don't even know
well,
what
it was
happened.
weird because again, like a lot of things on the internet, it's out of context. But
Yeah.
he
was clearly wiping.
yeah,
his
well,
backside.
because he had put ice down his shirt.
Yeah, he was joking around with him, but it just was a
Wait,
bad.
what?
moment.
I don't even see this.
Michael Jordan was like, he was touching a little, like there was a kid and he was joking around with the kid, but it looked like he was grabbing his backside a little bit, and people freaked out about it.
Wow, I'm happy I missed this.
Yeah, wasn't.
No, he had
wasn't.
put some ice down his shirt, and so he was joking with him, and then
What a win for Reddick. Did you hear Harvick on the broadcast that he
Okay,
kind
now
of
we're getting too close
he
to ending
kind
this
of-
crossover.
he kind of hinted that if like Reddick didn't win this year, they might make changes at 23-11.
it kind of felt that
Like
way.
he was like, yeah, they expect them to be in the winner's circle,
Yeah.
and Tyler wasn't in the winner's circle, and they got the best team and the best equipment and the best coaches and everything. You know, this is a big year for Tyler. And I go,
they
and
did.
I'm like, and that's Kevin Harvick saying that. You like,
Sure.
you know that people have told Kevin Harvick, we're firing Tyler if he doesn't have a good year.
Right.
And he won the Daytona 500.
Well, one.
He survived the
Air
Daytona
quotes.
500.
Who won the,
It's
who won
called-
the point
that's-
about the car over under?
No. Well, he did because it was an over.
I thought I said over. I said
No,
under.
you said under.
Damn it.
The under would have won had it not been for the demolition derby at the end.
Well,
Uh-huh.
that's what the
Which one?
Daytona 500's been the last 3 years.
I know, and it sucks. It truly sucks. This is one area where I will go to my grave fighting that it was better back in my day.
I kind of
Wow.
well, first off, that's Carson's fault. Carson he half laned it, and he should have. And Seth Jones put him in,
But
he put him below the
it's-
yellow. That was Carson's fault.
It's
And
not good
then
racing.
Herbst gave him a hell of a draft at the very end.
It's not racing. It's gas savings and then
So that is true.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Chance
fuel.
Rats, wake
savings
me
and
up when they
demolition
talk
derby.
about Blackdale. A lot of Z's in the chat right now. I think, Matt, it's
Oh,
time
the
to say
Z's in the
goodbye.
chat are coming
Oh,
from Stibbs.
yeah,
Just Stibbs.
I stand with Stibbs. I actually almost just yawned. So I think it's time to say goodbye to the
Maybe I should get
crossover.
more angry to get more Happy New Year's. Clearly, that's just
No,
you know.
this was a great. I was really having fun with this crossover. The whole fried chicken debate was a lot of fun. But then you
I
were
didn't
like,
know that.
let's talk
It's
about
always great when there's a
NASCAR.
debate and you don't know what's coming. I didn't even know this existed.
I know. That's why it's great. Wow, Jason says crappy boo year for this segment.
What
Look
are
at
you
did.
talking
Oh,
about?
see,
Get
look what
out of
you did,
here.
It's not a
Matt.
crappy
Z's.
boo year. It's a
Yeah.
fine crossover.
Mm.
it was a fine
Asian
crossover.
Joe, the checkered flag has been waved on this crossover.
This is the
That's
Corey
a car
Maggette
racing
of crossovers.
reference.
It ain't winning any awards, but it's solid. He looked great, by the way, at the All-Star.
Sonny writes,
Okay,
hey,
now
Nick.
that's when the crossover's over when you're talking about the NBA All-Star game.
Hey, Nick, did you hear about that college baseball player who had 3 grand slams in one game this weekend? Thought you'd like to know that stat. If Nick hadn't heard about that, I would be disappointed.
I've
in him.
absolutely heard about
Everybody
that.
has heard about that.
Dude,
What?
that was not the highlight or the low light. Did you see
Was
what
it the
happened?
medium
North
light?
Carolina?
Did you see what happened to the poor Seton Hall kid?
Oh, no.
No, in that game.
Seton Hall is playing. I can't remember who they're
So this
playing.
is a different game.
But they were down. They were down a run. There was a runner on base. I think it was like the 6th inning or something. Seton Hall kid hits a home run.
Okay.
To put him ahead.
Awesome.
He's rounding.
Oh, he tore his knee or
he's
something.
rounding first.
Oh, he had a horrible injury.
He's rounding
Oof.
first, and you know
Bone
how
popped out?
sometimes when you round first, you kind of do that twist in midair, and you look back towards your dugout, and you're celebrating.
Yeah.
And he broke his leg.
Yeah. So my wife told me about this. I haven't watched the video. You know
Act
what?
like you've been there before, kid.
I think I'm
It
going to
was
watch
pretty-
the video now.
It
John,
was-
did you watch it? Because you hate nasty injuries.
I hated it.
I've never watched.
I watched. Well, I saw it, and then I was like, "Oops, something bad happened," and I stopped watching. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Do they have an injury? I want to see what it looks like.
It was bad.
That sucks.
I've never watched the Kevin Ware injury, and I never.
Oh,
Ditto.
that one is so nasty.
I'll never watch.
You
that.
see his bone.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Kugler was on the call for that game.
Oh, so he was actual fried chicken.
Nice. And
That's
with
the
that,
crossover.
powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha.
No, if Nick only knew how problematic it was.
Everlevelconcrete.com. Nice job, John. I thought the same thing in my head.
Shame on you, Nick.
Shame on you.
It's on you
Nick.
guys for taking it there. I just
Mm.
made an innocent joke.
So all he's doing is laying down. Do they show a replay of this bad
Oh
boy?
yeah.
How do you? Oh my gosh! So then they didn't take the lead because of this. Oh no! Oh, that's gross! Oh my gosh!
Yep.
It's like Joe Theismann.
Yep.
Except there wasn't a 300-pound man tackling.
Did they
him.
count the run?
No. Well, the first guy scored, but he didn't.
Get what?
You got around the bases.
Does
What a
he have to,
hilarious
like,
rule!
crawl like around
He
the
just
base?
laid
He
there.
wasn't going to crawl. He is it?
Wait, they didn't count the run?
That's what happens. You have to cross home plate.
Well, I know, but I didn't know. Maybe there's an exception.
See, so in baseball, Matt,
So maybe we should
score-
give the second baseman a bat so we can just whack the.
No,
kneecaps.
it's not even on the base. He's just jumping in the air. He's excited, and then he just comes down
Act
on
like
it.
you've been there before.
There you go. Martin Grammatica all over again.
It is.
Nebraska left 2 on.
Ezekiel Ansah.
Cool.
Remember,
Who?
he tore his ACL celebrating a sack. Zeke Ansah,
Hmm.
former BYU D end.
Which
Wow.
game was this?
I think it was like a Thanksgiving game, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember that one.
Okay, tough one.
Don't remember that. I do remember the Grammatica one only because
I was watching it.
laughed heartily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, crossovers.
Yeah, I already said it.
Ever Level
Oh, yeah.
Concrete,
Yeah.
Paranormal Hunt, everlevelconcrete.com.
Thanks for listening. Appreciate you.
We'll be back 1620. So.
Morning clouds will give way to mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Monday afternoon. Very warm today with record high potential. High today in Omaha of 68 degrees with winds out of the south up to 10 miles an hour. Tonight becoming mostly cloudy but very mild, a low of 46. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KATV Newswatch 7.
Westwood One Sports presents this special update on the 2026 Winter Games, sponsored by Prize Picks. Download Prize Picks and use code ROAM and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Women's hockey semifinals. Team USA exploded for 4 goals in the second period, beat Sweden 5-0, their 5th straight shutout. They're back in the gold medal game on Thursday. The other semifinal about to start, Canada and Switzerland. Happening right now, the free skate and the figure skating pairs event. 2 American teams in competition, Ellie Cam and Danny O'Shea, also Emily Chan and Spencer Howe. The U.S. has not medaled in pairs since 1988. And in curling, the U.S. women are looking for a 4th straight win, but they trail Italy 4-1 in the 7th end. The women 4-1 so far in round robin. With this Winter Games update, Brad Heller, Westwood One Sports.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well. New week.
Another week has arrived.
Another week has arrived. We're already through February. Middle of it.
What?
Yeah.
It's almost March?
Yep.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton and yes, UNO.
I mean, I know they're getting boat raced right now, but I'd much rather watch baseball than this.
We can't watch it up there.
I
We've already
know.
Figured it out.
I mean, once you've seen like 4 or 5 of these little ski jump twirly in the air things, you're like, okay, I've seen enough.
I feel like
There's nothing like cool about it anymore.
Let me ask you this. Am I reading you wrong? It seemed like you used to be ambivalent towards the Olympics, and now you actively dislike the Olympics. Am I reading
Well,
you
I've
correctly?
never been a big Olympics person.
Yeah, but there's a difference between I don't really care for it, and it's fine if it's on in the background because it's live sports, and you actively wanting to turn the channel to like ESPN.
Well, I want to actively turn the channel because there's a sport I do like.
Again, we can't do that.
If we have an
I know.
HDMI cable somewhere, we could probably just hook somebody's laptop up to it.
That's all right.
We do have this.
I'm sure at some point we'll switch from this to more curling.
Because
it
actually,
seems
I think
like-
Matt just turned it on the Peacock this channel. We could switch it, and we could have it where it changes sports, and it's not just the same
That
jump.
might be
jump.
better.
All right, here, let me.
That might be better.
All right, well, I'll find something different for you.
That might be better.
Yeah, because the first thing you said when we walked in here earlier was,
Oh
There's-
God! Now,
there
and
we
then we've got
go.
to something even less good.
and then you were like, they're still doing curling.
Figure skating.
Wow, you just see, you actively dislike it again.
I do. I do.
Wow.
I'll admit.
Oh my
I've
God,
never
he
been a
admitted.
big fan of sports
There
where
you
you
go,
get
bobsled.
judged.
What about bobsled? That's not
Bobsled,
judging.
that'll work.
You're in on this? All right, cool. We got bobsled.
I'm not a
for
big
you.
fan of the sports where you get judged
Yeah.
because it's all very subjective, and then you
Yeah.
get the crooked French judge. It used to be the crooked Russian judges. Now it's the crooked French
Interesting.
judges.
You like college
Stop.
basketball though?
They're not. There's no judges.
We call them a selection committee.
That's
They do judge. They are the arbiters. You are allowed in. You are a 4 seed.
yeah, but
I
they,
do think
they don't
that selection
determine who
committees
wins
are
and
dumb.
loses.
What else would you do?
Just straight up.
Straight up on what?
You win the conference. There you go.
What about the wild card or the at-large berths?
Get rid of them.
So you want a tournament of like 20 or 30
Maybe like
teams?
34 teams.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess you're consistent. That's
That'd be cra-
odd.
That'd be crazy, man.
Yeah. Nebraska's best season of all time. They changed the rules. Sorry. You got
Sorry.
to win the league. You're not in it
It's the way it
anymore.
used to be.
Yeah. Those are the old days.
It's the way it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, welcome to the program brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has been. Oh,
What up?
Hello.
you know what?
Uh-oh. He didn't make or upload the Grum Down.
Grum down.
I thought I had uploaded
Grum
it.
Down 26.
I
Bum,
thought
bum.
I had uploaded it, but I didn't.
Brought to you by us.
It's coming. It'll be here.
Brought to you by could be you.
It'll be
J-Man.
here momentarily.
John out on the Olympics, Josh out on baseball, yet here they are talking sports for 20-ish hours a week as the sports schedule allows.
It's true.
Yep, that's why today's show is football heavy. A lot of football.
Not really.
What's up with cornerback? What's up with left tackle? How about that running back sitch? Those questions and more will be pondered by the Grum.
Bad. There you go.
Yeah, that is the
I
answer.
don't know.
That is the
know.
answer.
You said left tackle. Left tackle, they might be okay.
Left tackle, okay. Ooh, that could be a fun game.
Cornerback, they might be okay.
Bad,
Running
good,
back,
or okay.
Bad.
Bad, good, or okay. We just put all the position groups. Bad, good, or okay.
Quarterback.
Okay.
Okay.
Trending bad though.
I'll just
I'm
say
worried.
okay.
I'm worried about tone. I'm worried about tone, and I'm worried about Calandria.
Oh, I thought like his tone.
No.
Like the way he calls cadence.
I'm sure
I don't
it'll be
like.
fun.
You imagine that at the left
Hey!
guard, like he's up there and he's calling out. 53 is the middle. 823, and all of a sudden the left guard just stands up, looks back, and says, "I don't like your tone."
Rocco Spindler was triggered by him. What are
I
you doing?
don't like your tone.
Hey, chill out, guy.
Well,
say it better.
I'm worried. I'm worried he's going to be a turnover machine.
The
new Jeff Sims.
Honestly, that could be the next wave in audibleizing. How you got like dummy words and you got all these different codes.
They're arguing at
What
each other?
What if a quarterback, instead of calling out different call signals for audible, just changed their tone?
Oh, that's good.
A sarcastic tone means we're going to pass.
I like that. They would eventually pick up on it a little bit, right?
And
he sounds really whiny right now.
A reflective tone means we're going to, run a draw play.
I have a fantastic idea for this season.
We'll be the judge.
So it's called the Nebraska turnover race, the Great Nebraska turnover race.
Okay.
And was Jeff Sims, is he the one that the quarterback at Nebraska? Which Nebraska quarterback has the most turnovers
in a season?
Yeah.
Not Jeff Sims.
Okay.
He didn't play enough.
It was probably one of the Martinez's.
Martinez yours? He would definitely be up
Either
there.
one of them.
Jamal Lord also turned the ball over a lot.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of guys who had, longevity.
We'll have to figure it out. Anyway, Nick,
we make a graphic with all their heads or whatever, and whoever has the most is way over here, and then every week we update it.
See if tone is getting closer.
Yep.
Wow, that would be kind of mean. I'm here for it. It would be a little fun.
I'm liking my idea of just quarterbacks changing their tone.
No, that's different, though. That's not content for the show. That's just, you're just describing football.
I can make graphics for this.
Yeah, we can make graphics.
No, but it's just...
Think about the content.
It could be great. It could be
With
the
a
next
zone
great
logo on
innovation.
it.
And then we can hear, Tony Romo say, GM, see, we heard that in there. He started to sound inquisitive. That meant they were audibling to, a quick Y stick.
Exactly. Good job, Tony. See, it sucks. Football Reference does not have fumbles on here. I do know that Jamal Lord threw 12 interceptions in 2002.
If you go to team rankings, they keep track of fumbles.
Team rankings? What is this? I've never even gone here.
You've never gone to team rankings?
Oh, I've seen this website before.
Yeah.
So this website?
Yeah.
Do you think they'd have, now where in the world do I go to find, player stats?
They have individual
Do they go all the way back to 02? John, this
don't
is
know.
great. I never knew where to find that stuff.
I don't remember how far back they go.
Fumbles. All right, fumbles. All right, here we go. How far back can I go? Okay. Ooh. Oh, only goes back to 06. All right, if somebody has the Jamal Lord fumble numbers from 02, send them my way. Josh at 1620thezone.com. We can make a graphic. We'll do our best. What
would have been Tater's peak fumble year?
Well,
2011, he led the nation.
There we go.
With 14 fumbles.
Whoa.
Here we go. Career numbers. You ready for this?
Yep.
Tater Martinez, 2010, 16 fumbles. Whoa. Now, these are just fumbles, not lost fumbles.
And I can give you his interception numbers.
2011, well, I've got those here next to it. So 16 fumbles, 7 interceptions in 2010. 14 fumbles, 8 interceptions in 2011. 16 fumbles, 12 interceptions in 2012.
So 28.
And then in his injury-riddled
season,
13 season, it was 3 fumbles, 2 picks.
See, so we don't have the 2012 fumbles lost. Now, can you do fumbles lost, or is that just fumbles? You can't find the fumbles lost?
Well, on here, yeah, I mean, I could.
Because he had 23 touchdowns and 12 picks, and then he had 16 fumbles. He probably lost. See, but that was the thing about the Taylor Martinez era that was weird. They didn't lose as many as you would have expected. And then Karma was a bitch. And came to pay Nebraska back big time in what we have called the groin kick era.
Do you know who led the country in fumbles lost this year?
In terms of individual players?
Mm-hmm.
Is it so? It must be a player that we all know.
Mm-hmm.
No. Who was it?
Ty Simpson.
Oh, that's right. He did.
Simpson, eh?
He fumbled in the Rose Bowl.
Nebraska has the bases loaded right now.
Cool, Nick.
Nick's just going to randomly pop in with updates
Apparently,
on the brace ball.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of them today. Are they still down 6-0?
They sure are.
All right.
Bottom of the second, 2 out.
Are you not expected?
Bases loaded.
You're not expected to beat those ACC teams,
especially with a team with Rintaro Sasaki.
531 texts in. Career leader is Niles Paul, and they all came in one game against ISU. Come on. Leave Niles alone.
This is why you can never let people from Omaha North get anywhere close to that university.
No, those people are awesome. V up.
They might be nice people. They just have a tendency to fumble a lot.
Well, thankfully, I don't play football
No,
anymore. Fumbles for me.
If you would have fumbled.
That's true. If I would have been on the football field in college football, I think I might have gotten murdered. I think my head might have gotten decapitated.
Ooh.
Like one of the characters in A Night of the Seven Kingdoms on last night's episode. Severe is really into this show. We might have to talk about it with him today.
Your Grum Down 26.
There it is.
The race to the finish. We've got updates for you on the standings.
Oh, I thought that was another Daytona reference. Yeesh. I was a little worried.
Well, that was the wreck.
You should watch that last lap. That was crazy.
Or was it?
It was
crazy?
a wreck to the finish, is what it was.
It was survival.
Yeah, it was dumb.
You've seen Cars, right?
Yeah.
You know that scene at the beginning where Lightning McQueen is just going voo, 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 voo,
sure
between all the that's basically what the guy who won the Daytona 500 did yesterday.
That's fun, isn't it? That's not fun.
Not
but you love Cars.
Not at the very end, but there was another. He avoided a lot of
it was
fatal
bad.
accidents.
It's bad.
Should have held the spring game over this weekend.
Oh my gosh, it was so nice.
Matt Rule's going to look back on this weekend and say, why didn't we start spring football in January? So we could have ended with the spring game on Saturday the 14th.
It was awesome.
Because it would have been perfect.
It was a great weekend. We grilled multiple times.
Now it's going to be snowing and cold. And
and Nebraska will be in the Elite Eight. No one will care.
The baseball, except for the current
They're
moment,
getting their asses beat.
has been good.
Is this sarcasm from you, John?
Well, no, I didn't realize they were going to be losing when we got to the Grum Down.
Yeah.
But otherwise, baseball in general this weekend.
Did you even watch
Except for that kid from Seton Hall.
You were so pumped, Nick, that it was back. You had to have been watching 12 hours a day.
I was able to watch Friday, couldn't watch Saturday or Sunday, but I was keeping up on the stats on D1.
He loves the sport.
I was traveling.
You watched one of 3 days.
I was traveling.
You would never catch me doing this during football season.
It's because I have a life.
Interesting.
Oh, I didn't realize they put drones.
Dude, the drone cameras have been insane for the Olympics.
They've been so good.
Oh, look, it's the German team going.
1, 2, 3. That means 1, 2, 3.
It's probably a good thing they painted that thing yellow.
Uh-huh. They still have that big old eagle logo on their hockey uniforms. Yeah, we were watching yesterday the U.S. game, and Riss was like, man, that logo. It's like there is a connotation to it, isn't there?
Oh, no, there's the eagle right there, too.
It's still their logo. Still their logo.
A little bit close. Mitch Sherman will join us from The Athletic.
Awesome.
There was a big old fight in the Providence St. John's game, which included a suspension.
And it also included the funniest haircut of all time. Lots of comments on that dude's hair.
I missed the hair.
Oh.
Well, you won't miss it when you see it.
No, you will not.
Got some interesting numbers from the senior analyst of the program, Professor Jed.
Football!
Nebraska left the bases loaded.
No way. Really?
Yeah.
I'm stunned.
On to the third.
It's a Michael Severe Monday.
Awesome. And then
I didn't realize
Tuesday and Wednesday.
I didn't realize that he was a Game of Thrones person.
Oh yeah, you didn't realize that?
I guess I didn't.
Yeah,
I don't ever remember talking to him about Game of Thrones.
Are you now wanting to check out Night of the Seven
Show
Kingdoms?
is full of boobs. Of course, he's a big Game of Thrones guy.
Excellent point, Nick.
Nothing wrong with that.
And dong.
No boobs, no dong yet on this show. Oh wait, no, there was dong on the show.
Oh, congrats on the dong.
No boobs though. Been a lot of murder, though. Guy got his head cut off in last night's episode. I think you'd like it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it might be better than Hot D. At least season 2 of Hot D.
Yeah, that's true.
Season 2 of Hot D was rough.
Mm-hmm.
K-State no longer likes the taste of Tang.
What a reference, John.
Nice.
Hopefully their new coach's name is Sprite.
And don't play on President's Day if you're the Nebraska women's basketball team.
Or Nebraska baseball
Or the
team.
Nebraska baseball team.
Is this even a real holiday? Who is getting this off besides bankers? Are there
bankers and government workers?
But is anybody else?
Not really.
What the hell? Pretend holiday. I said that to Ritz this morning. I said, if it's not a holiday that I get off from work, I don't acknowledge it.
I agree.
Don't, except for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I will acknowledge that day. That's an important
Well, I
day.
mean, you can acknowledge what the day symbolizes, but it's not a holiday.
Yeah.
MLK Day is not a holiday.
Yeah, this is faker
but it is a
than,
day of recognition.
Than Halloween, Nick.
Halloween's a real holiday, though.
No, it's not. You don't get the day off for it.
Don't get the day off.
Yeah, but it's a thing that's been around for
Just
centuries.
a bunch of people like you showing up to work wearing weird outfits. And you don't even do that. For someone who loves Halloween, you don't really do the things that you would figure that a person like you would.
It's interesting that you're trying to put people inside of a box. You know who else like to put people inside of a box?
People who murder.
Well, The Undertaker.
Yeah. Lots of people, actually.
Many people got put in boxes.
Prison Matt, shouldn't you be mad at your employer for not giving you the holiday, not the people who get it off? I'm not mad at the people who get it off. I just don't understand this day.
Well, yeah.
It's so interesting the days that we all do get all collectively off. We get, New Year's Day, Labor Day, Memorial Day, Christmas, Thanksgiving. Am I missing anything in there? Independence Day.
You don't get Easter because Easter's always on a Sunday.
It's always on a Sunday. But like those were the holidays
July
that we
4th.
decided on. Yeah, like what is it about? Like I get Independence Day, I get Christmas, but like Labor and Memorial Day are so interesting. How did Labor Day rise above President's Day? You figure President's Day would be a little higher up on the food chain in theory.
Well, I mean, Labor Day literally is saluting labor.
That's
Plus,
us.
you get the day off unless you work at Lowe's or Home Depot or
a lot of places actually.
The drive-through at Burger King.
Or if you're a media member that has to go to a Matt Rule press conference. I just feel bad for the scribes. They never get Labor Day off. Meanwhile, I'm kicking it.
That's why I just turn on the old Zoom feed and just
I'll watch it on Tuesday.
I'll watch the YouTube replay.
I'm hanging out. I'm hanging out with my dog.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flyer Casino Zone hotline. Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable, we take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring. And the Zone Twitter feed.
Oh, yeah.
The Zone Twitter feed.
Jed writes.
At USC 1620.
On the Zone Twitter feed, Jamal Lord had 17 fumbles and lost 6 in 2002.
It's a lot of fumbles.
A lot of fumbles.
It
When
is.
you run
Now,
the option
remember, he
offense,
played a lot of games that year. They had a 14-game schedule that
That's
year.
true. So that was still more than one fumble per game on average, though.
Yeah,
that is a
good point.
lot.
That's a good point.
That is a lot.
A 14-game regular season, or did they make it to the post?
They had a 13-game regular season. It was very strange.
It was a
made
strange year.
It made no sense. So they didn't even play in the Big 12 title game. If they would have played that, they would have played 15 games.
So
This
weird.
is pre-college football playoff.
Why did they do that?
Imagine if that team played in today's era of football. They'd play like 18 games.
They got an extra game because back then they had special extra games like the Kickoff Classic. In this case, it was the Eddie Robinson Classic. And so you got special dispensation if you scheduled one of those games.
Nick, they destroyed Arizona State.
Stanford RBI double 7-0.
I mean, they beat Arizona State. I don't remember that team really destroying anything except
Fair.
hope.
They beat them by a lot of points, but it did not look very pretty.
It didn't feel.
Something was off. And
Plus-
in hindsight, it was the team just wasn't very good.
It was the dumb uniforms.
They were.
Hey, let's just put this random white ass piping down the side.
It was bad, Nick.
Hey, the
Wow.
Broncos won a Super Bowl because they changed their uniforms. We might win a national championship.
Yeah,
if
said
we
they had their
change
worst
ours.
season in 3
One of the dumbest things
generations.
Bill Byrne ever agreed to.
By the way,
And
this
then you know what happened? He left.
And then he left. He
He's
said,
like,
"You know what?
I'm out of these.
I'm out of here.
I don't want these uniforms.
Done."
the top of the third was the second time that Stanford hit an RBI or leadoff triple against Nebraska.
Yikes. Kyle
Yeah.
says, imagine the fumbles if Jeff Sims played a whole season.
Oof.
It's a number we can't even fathom.
I would like
Doesn't
to think
exist.
that at some point it would have stabilized,
Plateaued.
and they would have, and they would have changed to the tone system, where Jeff would change his tone in his voice, and
Mhm.
it would get better.
It would have.
All right, we'll come back. We've got standings to look at. There are just 5 games left.
I can't believe the season's almost over already. It feels like it just started.
Well, then we get to focus on baseball.
No,
Seems like we're focusing a lot on baseball right
yeah,
now.
someone is focusing on baseball.
It's a
a lot.
Nebraska baseball team. I thought you'd be happy that I was paying attention to a Nebraska team.
I am
me.
happy for you.
That makes one of us.
I am happy for you. And we'll get random updates throughout the day.
Perfect.
So you don't have to watch
Good.
as they're getting their butts kicked.
We might only get 7 innings.
But you know what? They went 3-0 this week.
They're fine.
Give
They'll
them
be
a break.
fine. They're good.
16-20 zone. Hasn't gotten any better over there, has it?
No. 2 out, 8-0, top of the third.
Damn.
Stanford.
There was
Well,
a question.
You know what? It happens.
Prismat says, who's going to chide Nick for disseminating? Who watches The Watchmen?
Oh, interesting.
Uh-huh.
He's not disseminating. He's just giving us score updates.
But live score updates. He's like,
That's
they're
fine.
rounding third.
That's fine.
That's not disseminating?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
This is disseminating. The Black Keys are headed to Omaha. It's the Peaches and Cream, spelled with a K tour, with Eddie 9V. Does that mean Eddie 9 Volt?
That's exciting, Nick. Who's Eddie 9V?
Never heard of him.
What? You're of music.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Yep.
It's Monday, July 20th at the Astro Amphitheater. You can listen to us. We are giving tickets away this week.
Hell yeah, we are.
More details online, 1620thezone.com. You learn something new every day.
Eddie 9V is 30 years old and is a singer of sorts.
Good job.
Yep.
But is it Eddie 9V or is it
498
Eddie
followers
9
on Twitter. Who is this person?
Probably an up-and-comer.
New album, Saratoga, out now everywhere.
Saratoga.
All right, cool. Shout out to you, Eddie 9V.
Shout out to Nebraska basketball. Getting back
Shout
on
out.
winning track. Though Ravi at one point, right before we tipped off, showed me his phone because Ravi was doing the game with me on Saturday and showed me the halftime score. And I was like, ooh.
Yeah, it was not a great first half.
Ooh.
Pretty terrible.
Look at that.
First half.
29-28. That's like, I realized it was alumni day and you wanted to make all of the alums feel welcome, but hey, let's play bad basketball.
Uh-huh. It was a rough first half yet again.
But then in the second half, it was like, yeah, it's fine. Good. All's well ends well.
Yep.
And as a result, here we go.
I got a question okay, you have the order in which I thought it would be. Every standing that I saw this weekend had Nebraska third in front of Purdue, and I was very confused by that because Nebraska lost to Purdue, and they both have the same record.
Yeah, now, for the record, I just copy and paste from the
official
the
Big Ten site?
Yahoo. This is from Yahoo.
Okay. This has to be what it is. I was a little confused.
Yeah,
because on TV, every broadcast I saw had Nebraska third, and I was like, "What did I miss?"
My guess is maybe they're thinking alphabetical, but yes, if the
That's a weird
season
way to do it.
if the season ended today,
They
Purdue would win the tiebreaker because they have
they won.
head-to-head.
Yeah, the same record.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Makes sense.
But Michigan 14-1, Illinois 12-3, Purdue, Nebraska 11-3. Oh, and there's a newbie in the top 5. Out goes Tom Rizzo. In comes Greg Gard and Wisconsin.
They are hot right now, even though it's funny. They've only won 2 games in a row, but they are playing some great basketball. And they
beat
went
the right team.
They are, and they absolutely put it to Michigan State over the course of that one.
They
on
did.
Friday, as I grazed it at the bowling alley.
But as you see, and again, we include the top remaining opponents. Michigan still has that stretch, man. They got Purdue, Illinois, Iowa all on the road, and then host Michigan State. And only 2 of their last 5 are at home. With that Duke game
on Saturday
wedged in the middle.
Look at that. I mean, that is a who's who of some of the Big Ten contenders that they have, and Iowa.
Now, Illinois gets to take the long flight west.
Nebraska won't be too far behind.
Yeah, they'll be in their jet stream. They'll be in their draft.
Nice.
USC and UCLA this week, and then they host Michigan. Purdue still has the advantage with the schedule, at least in terms of
home games.
Yeah,
they have all the good teams and Indiana at home.
Yeah, 4 out of their last 6. And they get home against Michigan, Indiana, Michigan State, Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's exactly what you would want coming down the stretch.
Now, Nebraska does not have to play any of these other 4 teams in the top 5, but they are at Iowa tomorrow. And then they get to catch the red eye to L.A. and then finish with...
They don't catch the red eye to L.A. That's next week.
Well, either way.
Okay.
And then Iowa. Half of their 6 games remaining.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin only has, of the top remaining opponents, they get Iowa at home and they travel to Purdue. It's still in Michigan's to lose.
Yeah, honestly, they have.
But I think you gotta watch out for Purdue if they get if they can defend.
They've won 4 in a row.
They defend home court. They still got a shot.
Yeah, Michigan has done such a great job in terms of. I mean, first of all, they've won 10 in a row, so obviously they're doing a good job there. But the other contenders in the league have just dropped by a little bit over the last couple of weeks. Purdue has won games. That has come at the expense of some of those other teams near the top. We know about Illinois. They looked like maybe the best team in the country, and then they took a couple L's in a row. We know about what Nebraska has done. They've lost 3 out of their last 5 games. And so then Wisconsin suddenly in the top 5, there had to be a team to lose. Michigan State was the one that got kicked out of there. So Michigan has done a real nice job. This is going to be an interesting week because, of course, they're going to have a conference game. I think they play tomorrow against Purdue, and then they have the Duke game on Saturday. And so what does that ultimately look like for them? Are they peeking ahead at all to just a huge non-conference matchup at this time of year? Because if they are able to take care of business against Purdue, man, it's just, you don't want to say it's curtains because all that has to happen is for them to drop one game, and suddenly that Illinois matchup is all the more important, especially given that Illinois, dude, their schedule very manageable down the stretch. I mean, you got to go to the West Coast, but that's a much more manageable schedule than what Michigan has, at least on paper, in terms of their opposition.
It felt there for a little bit that Michigan was leaking a little bit of oil, but
They figured some stuff out.
I don't think
they rocked UCLA on Saturday.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Bless you, Nick.
Thank you.
They destroyed them.
Yeah.
They ran away in the second half.
Michigan's at Purdue tomorrow.
At Purdue tomorrow. That's what
Tomorrow.
I thought. On Peacock, I believe.
Stanford scored a run on a bases-loaded walk.
Awesome. That game is going great.
So it's 9-0 now?
Yep.
Jeez.
Yikes. A text coming into the show from Sean. Northwestern scored 7 points in the first 3 minutes of the second half, 15 more total, and only 3 points in the last 8 minutes. I was looking at the defensive ratings, John, for games this year, and this was the second best performance according to the numbers behind only the Creighton game. This was the fewest amount of points that a team has scored against Nebraska. And you said it at the start. The first half was a struggle bus again. And you wonder now, like, the old, what was our friend Damon Benning's phrase? Once is happening, twice is a coincidence.
3 or more times you're trending.
And they have done this. This is like slow starts has been a thing throughout a variety of games this year. It's not even like a recent happening. It is a season-long happening in particular matchups. They were unable to crawl out of that hole. I mean, I guess they did tie it against Purdue, and they had a lead in overtime, but they put themselves behind so early that it was really difficult. This game, it was Northwestern. It's not a good basketball team, so they were able to take care of business. You got to love their defense and what they're able to do on that side of the ball. Just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too March-pilled right now thinking about them in the NCAA tournament and how you can't get off to a start like that and expect to walk away with, more than a win or two in the tournament.
Meanwhile, we've added another graphic. It's the race for 5th place. Trying to get that bye. So you don't have to play Wednesday at the Big East tournament. The Jays are a game and a half up on Xavier, DePaul, and Georgetown for that spot. But when you look at the remaining schedules, Creighton's got 5 games left, but their next 2 are at UConn and at St. John's, and I have highlighted in red.
Yeah.
Anytime a team has to play one of the top 3, because the top 3 have clearly separated themselves.
They are a different level
from the rest of the pack. Creighton is one of a couple of teams that still have to play a combination of at least 2 of those opponents. Now, the good news is they have the season tiebreaker against Xavier, so if it was a tie, they would beat Xavier. DePaul, they need to get the win back to earn a split. Georgetown, they split with. Marquette, they earned a split with. Butler still left on the schedule. They could sweep that. And then there's Providence.
God, it's crazy because they are not playing good basketball right now, and yet they are like almost comfortably in the top 5 right now because they're up a couple games.
No one's really playing.
No one's playing good basketball. It's a bad league this year. You got the 3 teams that have really separated themselves.
It's been a down year. That is for sure.
Yeah,
that is for sure.
And hey, maybe of all the years to be down, this is the one. Because imagine if this happens in one of the deeper years.
Yeah.
You know how much worse they could be right now. And I mean, gosh, John, watching that game on Saturday, all I could think of was, what if any of those other wonky wins went the other way? Those few wins that they had in a row. And I know that there were, they blew the Seton Hall game the first time, right? And so, like, in the end, it's a wash. But wow, if they were unable to crawl back and win one of those games, let alone all 3 of them, what are we talking about with this team at this moment in time?
The 2 teams to really watch for, though, are DePaul and Georgetown. Georgetown's been very competitive. Almost beat UConn on Saturday.
Yeah, they played
and
really
DePaul's
close.
got to fairly manageable schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
no one except for Villanova.
They have
That's the only
Villanova,
team in
but
red.
they get them at home.
Yep.
And again, if DePaul were to beat Creighton the second time, they would have this season series. Do you know that in the history, since DePaul joined the Big East in 2006, they have either not made the conference tournament, which was back when they were the 2018 Big East, the right before the breakup.
That when it was a ridiculous number.
Yeah, they didn't even make. They have never not played on the first day. They have never earned a first round bye,
and so it's very much in the cards this year.
This is as good a shot as they've got. Now they're a game and a half back, but they've got the finishing schedule to maybe pull it off.
Would you say that the game against Creighton is that the one that? Do you think that decides it?
I don't know if that decides it, but that would be. I think they need it. Let's put it that way. I think DePaul needs that because they would want that. They need that tiebreaker.
Yeah,
absolutely. But this is as best a shot as they've had in a long time.
Pretty crazy.
So, Jays will be on the road starting Wednesday night at UConn.
That's gonna be tough.
The basketball capital of the world. But as you will hear from their head coach, he's not happy.
Yeah. You know who he sounds like?
Who?
Lane Kiffin.
Like really like Lane Kiffin?
No, his complaint.
Oh.
Lane Kiffin had a very similar complaint before he left Ole Miss. So just be on your lookout, UConn fans. Maybe Dan Hurley's going to LSU as well.
So here's what happened. So they beat Georgetown.
Mm-hmm.
But after the game in the press conference, Ed Cooley made a comment that he was surprised how many empty seats there were at the Gamble Pavilion.
Mm-hmm.
And then so a reporter asked Dan Hurley in his session, which followed,
hey,
about
what did you
those
think?
comments. Now, I'm not going to play the whole 3 minutes. This is about a 30
Holy
second.
God. Wow.
He went for 3 minutes.
Wow, he's got some strong
3
takes.
minutes of playtime.
But here was probably the money shot here from old Dan.
Awesome.
3
I
minutes.
try, I try to get the crowd. Fans could criticize me all you want. I got some equity. I've got 2 national championships here in the last 3 years, and we've given you the season that there's a lot of programs across the country that fans wish they had going. So you don't come to watch a game. It's not a social event, right? Like, this is the basketball capital of the world. We need our fans to come to the game and be loud as from the start. It needs to be a madhouse.
What will the atmosphere be like on Wednesday? Do they answer the call?
Do they answer the call, or do they continue to not answer the call?
I bet they're
you know where I'm voting. I'm hoping they don't show up again.
Hello. Oh, sorry, no one was
don't
there.
show up.
I
get it.
That they do answer the call.
It's the middle of rural Connecticut. Not a lot going on out there. A lot of empty fields.
And it's not nice. And it's not. This wasn't a big matchup. This isn't a good matchup. See, what's funny, when you get good,
but it was a Saturday, and it was a Saturday night.
That's true. You do get spoiled, though, when you're really good, and you're like, I only want to do it for the big games. Ooh, Alex says, not our fans. They knew who that wouldn't happen to, John? Nebraska.
Ah.
All right.
Not our fans.
Not our fans.
Nebraska hit a 2 RBI double, 9-2.
The comeback is on.
What inning?
Bottom of the third, 1 out.
Oh, there's a lot of time left.
Oh, yeah.
Hell, this thing just started. It might as well be 0-0.
Might as well be. Or 0 to -7.
Sure, why not?
That's what it is.
Why not?
Guys, they have 0 runs. We just have -7. When you look at it that way, you just got to climb back up.
Exactly.
Our senior analyst of the program, Professor Jed Burks, did us some nice favors today by looking up some numbers on coaches, recent hires.
Awesome.
And how much staff turnover they've had and what that has meant.
Uh-oh.
We'll dive into some of that. And Mitch Sherman to join us this hour on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. And while we are on the subject of basketball, don't forget about the Mavericks, who swept 2 games over the last 4 days, and they are back above 500 in Summit League play. And they're playing one more home game. This is it. End of the year at Baxter.
It's the last game of the season.
We got a pair of tickets to see the Mavs take on Oral Bob Wednesday night, 7:00.
Speaking of money shots.
Caller 7.
Oh!
Caller 7. If we can pry Nick away from this baseball game. Caller 7 right now gets the tickets to see the Mavericks in their home finale, senior night.
When's that?
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night.
Against
Wow,
Oral
so
Bob.
early. It's the 18th of Feb.
It's a good week, though, for the Mavs. They came back, beat Denver, and then got the win over the top team in the Summit.
Turn away from the baseball, Nick.
Nebraska 2-run homer.
St. Thomas.
Down 0 to -5 now. All right.
Told you it was early.
You said it's early. The comeback
very,
continues.
Very, very early.
Comeback continues.
Very, very early. They might be peaking at the right time, the old Mavs. So caller 7 right now, 402-951-1620. Oh, did you click that already?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
I was moving along. Well, speaking of baseball,
I thought we were doing the analyst stuff now.
well, we can get to the analyst stuff.
Okay.
But I didn't want to crowd us before
Yeah,
we got
9 to
that.
4.
It's 9-4, but
Yeah.
Nebraska did win 3 over the weekend.
Yeah.
And
Best start since 05.
dominated
05?
dominated all 3 games. And how about this stat from our dear friend Nick Handley? The 2 through 5 hitters in the Nebraska order in those 3 games hit 509. That's a good average, by the way.
I was going to say that might, if you did that for a whole career, you might be a Hall of Famer.
With 18 RBI.
Wow.
I mean, that's 6 per game. That's enough right there. Just hitters 2 through 5. Buck Sanderson, Overbeek, and Carey. Average 6 between them. You're going to win a lot of baseball games.
Question that I have actually seen, so do not accuse me of trolling. I'm going to ask an actual question.
Yeah.
Competition? What are we talking about here?
Well, I mean, UConn is a perennial NCAA tournament contender. I don't know how
Welcome
good they
to
are.
the Big Ten UConn.
I don't know how good they are this year.
Yeah.
But they're usually a really good program. And listen,
Let's be honest. That's revenge for 2019. I mean,
I'm sure all the guys on the team who are still.
This is for our.
I mean,
older
knowing college
brothers.
athletics these days, there's probably still people around from the 2019 team.
Yeah, somebody probably had to go to a judge somewhere, right? Can I get an extra year? And
Yeah.
the judge was like, "Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of Nebraska, so here you go, friend."
Northeastern, Grand Canyon,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay.
We'll see.
Just asking questions.
Listen, you can only play the teams that are in front of you. And it's a good start. And listen,
again,
Nebraska's
best one since 05.
Nebraska's got a plenty good non-conference schedule this year because next weekend they get Louisville, Kansas State, and Florida State. Then they go on the road to Auburn. Did you know this? Nebraska baseball is playing at the SEC. They're playing at Auburn. I'm trying to remember
the last time it happened. Well, they played at
I
Arkansas.
remember them. They played at Arkansas in a midweek, but I'm trying to remember the last time Nebraska baseball played a weekend series at an SEC school.
Sure, Nick knows.
No, just a Nebraska team playing a very good SEC team. That's interesting. That's being allowed to happen.
Yeah, Matt Rule, thankfully, not in charge of the baseball scheduling, Nick. Otherwise, they'd say, "Can we get this one out of here to play Bowling Green?"
It's cool that Will Bolt has confidence in his team.
Will Bolt put together a pretty good schedule this year.
Good for him.
I am not going to. So even if these teams that they're playing this weekend don't end up being great, though I would say UConn tends to start slow. So I wouldn't just write that off as, oh, well, they should have beaten them. Maybe they should have. But
don't write it off.
UConn does
say it.
Does
put
have
on
a
the
tendency
internet.
to start a little bit slow.
Yeah, Wood Africa writes a good RPI schedule.
It's a very good RPI schedule.
It's important.
This is
It's important to think about June when it's February 16th.
Well,
it's important to want to fast forward
if you're
4 months down the road.
If
I love fast forwarding.
We know you do, but
you're doing the same thing. Oh, this is good for June. Interesting, John, that you're okay to do that, but not me. Why can't I say
I'm not fast
this
forwarding.
is good for September 1st?
I'm not fast forwarding. I'm just explaining the plight of the Northern school, which is why
Fascinating.
Mark Kingston and Creighton did the same thing. They're going to Tulane. They're going to Miami. They're going to LSU. They want to beef up their schedule. And the Jays won 2 out of 3 over a team that was in the
Congrats
NCAA
to the
tournament. last
overhit
year.
on the old baseball.
Oh, yeah. That was easy, man. That was easy pickings, man. Very easy pickings.
Wow.
Sorry you don't know ball.
I did never claim that I did.
And Teddy Dieters earned Big East Player of the Week. Hit a couple of home runs over the weekend. So it was a good start for those two. Sadly, Omaha lost 3 straight to Arizona State. But
Damn
again,
it.
it's Arizona State.
Yeah, they're good.
Omaha's probably going to end up beating somebody they shouldn't. They do it every year.
Like Nebraska.
They do.
Well, I'm not even saying Nebraska. I'm just saying somebody on the road.
Remember when they beat LSU?
I do.
They beat LSU. They got Arizona coming up on Friday.
I could see them beating Arizona.
Could you?
Yeah.
How come?
Arizona's not off to a great start.
Alex and Lincoln says countdown to June. Look, man, I'm pumped for June. Sunsets after 9 o'clock.
That's not why you're pumped up for June.
No, I swear to God it is. Why else would I be excited for June? No, I don't care about that. I'm excited for the sunset being later.
And time off.
I'm more excited for May.
Yeah?
I've always
gonna be
liked May.
Oh,
May's
interesting.
good.
Because you don't want to do the cultural series.
No, I just enjoy May more because it's got
Horse racing.
It's got Memorial Day, and the weather's usually nicer. By the time we get to June, it's
hot,
humid
yeah.
all the time.
A lot of sweat.
Last week
down
of
in
April, first week of May. That's going to be really cool this year.
Is it?
Yeah.
Interesting. What's going on then? Oh, my marathon.
I'm getting married.
Whoa, did you just dox yourself?
Yeah.
Nick didn't want anyone to say what his wedding date is, and now we just did it. Almost. It's at the end of April.
It's at the end of April.
Something like that.
Yep.
All right. When we come back, we're going to go through Jed's analysis.
All right.
Of the coaches that have been hired in the last 5-6 years, how many coaches they've gone through, and how it may correlate.
Jed or Dilo wants to know rather, what does K Ford think about Jays baseball?
K Ford,
I haven't seen him tweeting lately. Is he still around? Is he still doing stuff?
What do you mean? I reference K Ford all the time.
We haven't lately.
Well,
It's been a while.
I look at K Ford all the time.
He hasn't tweeted since December 3rd. Yeah,
Well, he's a busy man. He's putting his website together.
He doesn't text me back anymore.
Yeah, seriously, we didn't get him on the show this year.
He is a busy man.
I miss Kelly.
I
He
do
didn't do
too.
anything for the playoff either. Wow, hopefully he's okay.
He's fine.
I wonder if he's on Blue Sky. I'll go check it out.
Nobody worth their salt on Blue.
But what if Kelly Ford is over there? Would you say, crap, maybe I need to join
No.
Blue Sky?
No.
Okay.
I am not adding another social media account.
Hey, that makes sense to me.
Period.
That makes sense.
Even though Twitter did go down this morning.
I saw that.
It was very, very lonely there for a while.
He's not on Blue Sky either.
Thankfully, I bookmarked some things I could read.
Hopefully he's okay.
1620 The Zone. Still 9-4.
It is. Top of the fourth, 2 out. Nobody on. Nope, 1 on. These graphics are bad. They don't tell you who's on base, and I can only see second
Welcome
base.
to early season college baseball on a non-linear network.
Bingo.
Bases are loaded now.
You can put it on the board that Girl Scout cookie season is here.
Dude,
The
I am
booths
seeing this everywhere.
are open.
Oh, yeah.
And if you want to find out where your cookie booths are, girlscoutsofnebraska.org is the website, but you can enter online at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win a year's supply of Girl Scout cookies. And they, of course, they have the original classics, but they have added the Explore Mores, which is a cookie inspired by Rocky Road ice cream, chocolate and marshmallow flavors. I've been talking about this enough. I need to see what these look like.
Got to catch a
Mores.
glimpse of these warlocks.
I want to see these.
You good?
Yeah.
Felt like you stumbled over that a
Well,
little.
sometimes, Nick, you can't speak perfectly.
I
know
get it.
that we can't all
No,
be
I get it.
We can't all be Nick.
I'm the best speaker.
Yeah, definitely. You've
I
never
speak so
stumbled.
good.
Oh, those
Sad
are
Husker fan
good.
writes Thin Mints for the win.
Ew.
Thin Mints are very good, but
You're out on FTW now.
I'm not a Thin Mints guy.
These are our great sponsors. They're all great.
I love Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah,
but people have preferences. Normal human people have preferences. That's why they make so many delicious varieties for everybody.
Rocky Road ice cream inspired cookies, chocolate marshmallow, and toasted almond cream. They look like all chocolate Oreos.
Yum. But they're not Oreos. They're Girl Scout
They're
cookies.
Explore Mores.
They're better.
Well, anyway, go to 1620thezone.com and find out how you can win those for a year. So, senior analyst of the program, Jed Burks, who, of course, hosts his own podcast now. Yeah, that's right. They let anyone do these things.
Nice.
But if there's anyone that might actually be qualified because, well, and remember, he famously triggered Colorado fans.
I've done 2 guest spots on the Big Red Junkies pod over the years. I'd love to be
So you
back.
know he's qualified.
Yep.
Did some research, and it's tied up in coaches who were all hired in that last 5 to 6 year span, and how many coaching changes they made, assistant coaching changes. So to overview, coaches that were hired at power conference schools between the years 2018 and 2023. Of course, Matt Rule was hired in 2023. 70 overall coaches. 47 of those 70 made it to year 4. So
Okay.
2/3 of them.
And Matt Rule is among the 2/3.
Of the 70, over 40% ultimately got fired.
Okay.
And now we drill down a little bit deeper. Because of these coaches, 17 of them had made 10 or more staff changes going into year 4.
And what is defined as a staff change? This is
Well, when you're-
full-time
when you're
assistants,
replacing a full-time assistant.
Because in the math on this is going to get a little funky moving forward, just given how you can have so many coaches and
Sure.
what is a full-time coach in this era of college football anymore. But I understood what he was going for. You're talking about position groups and coordinators.
The overall win percentage for these 17 coaches who made this many staff changes, and remember, not all staff changes are made equal. Some might be because you had to fire the guy. Some might be because a guy left or a guy, got a better job.
Got a head coaching job.
Or retired.
Yeah, sure.
But they still made the change.
Okay.
It was a 51, almost 52% win percentage after 3 years of those 17 coaches, which includes Matt Rule. 9 of those 17 coaches who have made 10 or more staff changes had a 500 or worse record after 3 years.
So on average, we're talking about coaches. I mean, honestly, we're talking about Matt Rule, right?
Yeah.
He is exactly 500 through 3 years. So he's not been great. He's not been terrible. He has been exactly 500. This is essentially what we were talking about. A bunch of teams that are kind of middling along. And some people would maybe say spinning their wheels. Other would say just looking for answers. However you want to describe it, Matt Rule and Nebraska very much fit into this category. They're not losing coaches to promotions. Think of the great debate about Tony White from a year ago. A lot of that was how good of a job is Florida State.
Right.
And those who said he's not taking a step up, they ended up being right. I was wrong on that. I thought he was taking a step up in caliber.
Of the coaches that have left, he and Eckler are the only ones to leave on their own accord, correct?
Of the head coaches, you're just talking about coaches, period.
No, I'm just talking about of the staff changes that Matt Rule has made.
And Elijah Robinson on the defensive line. He went to Florida State to follow Tony White.
That's right.
But otherwise, I think you are correct.
Everyone else was moved on from instead of moving on their own.
Heck, they lost a coach or they moved on from a coach before he even had a game. Remember the name Bob Wager?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that guy? Got a DUI, right?
Yeah,
early in
it
his
wasn't
career
good.
in Nebraska, and he ended up getting
Wasn't
kicked out of the
good.
program.
All right, let's drill down a little deeper.
Okay.
From 2018 to 2022, so we're not counting Matt Rule's hiring year of 2023, but from 2018 to 2022, 6 coaches made 10 or more coaching changes, staff changes, and had a 500 or worse record. 3 of them have been fired. 3 of them are still there. So in year 4, Brent Pry was fired by Virginia Tech. In year 4, Billy Napier was fired by Florida. 7 years in, Neil Brown got let go by West Virginia. 3 other coaches who are in this boat of a 500 or worse record to make this many coaching changes on their staff are still at their existing school. Clark Lee at Vanderbilt into his 5th year. Greg Schiano at Rutgers into his 6th year. And Mike Loxley, who I thought he was going to get fired.
Yeah, seriously.
He is in his 7th year.
You know what's interesting about these groups of coaches to me? Virginia Tech and Florida certainly have held themselves to pretty high standards over the years. You know, Florida's won natties in my lifetime and yours. Virginia Tech has played for one. West Virginia, they were really good like a decade and a half ago. They've taken a step back. Meanwhile, Vandy, Rutgers, and Maryland are all programs who it's like it has to be a slow build there because you're Vanderbilt, Rutgers, and Maryland.
Correct.
Now, what's diving just a tiny bit more into that, Vandy, wow. Have they really struck gold with Clark Lee and what he has been able to do?
Exactly.
Greg Schiano, his second time there, not so much. And Loxley is awesome in September, and then he sucks after that. But I think that these 2 groups of programs make sense to me. I know what group Nebraska would fall into.
Oh, yeah. Nebraska definitely falls into the upper group of programs who have less patience.
Yep.
Because they have more resources.
Yep.
Remember, Rutgers and Maryland are both facing massive budget deficits. Yeah, they're in the Big Ten. They got a lifeline.
Yeah, seriously.
And you explained the situation at Vanderbilt.
By the way, I said Elijah Robinson earlier. I meant Terrence Knighton. Thank you to, who was it that reached out? John, not Elijah Robinson. They tried to hire Elijah Robinson. They didn't get him. Terrence Knighton.
So 2023 class, these are the coaches hired in 2023. The coaches that have made 10 or more coaching changes and have a 500 or worse record through 3 years. Of course, one is Matt Rule.
Yep.
One is David Braun. One is Coach Prime.
David Braun, that's wild that he has a sub 500 record because he has 2 seasons above 500, does he not? Yeah, 8-5, 7-6. Oh, because he's like Matt Rule, he is 19-19 because they went 4-8 in 2024.
Right.
Wow, interesting.
And of the 17 coaches hired in this window to have made 10 or more staff changes, Rule is tied for the second most. He's tied with Clark Lee at Vandy and Greg Schiano at Rutgers.
Now,
only Lane Kiffin has more, and now Lane Kiffin's changed jobs.
Now, some of this is going to be time that they were there, right?
Sure.
So let me go back real quick.
Well, Clark
Lee 5 years and Schiano 6 years. So they are the only ones in that boat, but they have also coached for longer.
Right. So in terms of
pound for pound,
in terms of coaching changes made per year, Matt Rule leads among that trio.
If you think about it, so he's had 2 OCs. He is on his 3rd defensive coordinator.
Yep.
He will be on his 3rd special teams coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Just coordinators, he's almost at the number that we're talking about.
Correct.
10. Bob Wager, already mentioned him. And I mean, I'm not going to name every coach that's left.
Right.
But that's how, I mean, it gets to 10 so quickly, if only because of the coordinator situations. And none of those, except for Eckler leaving, were because of like a potential job opportunity. It was all firings or demotions.
Correct.
Satterfield demoted. Foley demoted. You know, I mean, hell, the Eckler stuff is still weird. It's not like that's a normal guy leaves for a better job.
Mhm.
He's going to a better program right now, but it's not like USC's like this slam dunk natty contender, you know?
So the question is, what's the lesson to be learned here? The lesson to be learned here is that usually when you're, at least recently, and all of these coaches fit into that role of having to adjust to a changing landscape. So we're not comparing this to 20 years ago or 10 years ago. We're comparing it to the recent, to the now. All of these guys are in the same boat, at least in terms of the rules and how things have transpired. They may not be in the same boat in terms of resources and expectations. Certainly Matt Rule is on a much higher plane than those coaches. But going back to those coaches that got fired versus those coaches who made all of these changes and are still at their school, Nebraska has a lot more in common with Virginia Tech, Florida, and West Virginia than they do with Vanderbilt, Rutgers, and Maryland.
And yet, I agree with Kenneth. I don't think Nebraska really has a choice but to stick with Rule at this point with his contract and buyout. He's going to be here at least through the 27 season, no matter what happens. I agree. Like, that's the odd part is, and I know that that's the frustrating part for a lot of folks, is that this upcoming season, it's not that it's not important. It is that there don't seem to really be consequences for the actions if they have another rough year. Like, you want a season that feels like a fork in the road to mean something. You don't want the fork to go, and then they went in the negative direction and it still didn't really mean anything for fixing stuff. Like, that's even more frustrating. And that's how you start getting into the, you've been comparing this offseason to the 21-22. I would say it's more the COVID into the 21 season, whereas a 21-22 is what happens if they say they go 5-7 but everything is run back again. That's how you start getting into true apathy. Like, I don't know what to do with this territory. But that's what happens when you extend a coach a couple of years. Dila says, you really think they'd bring back a coach if he goes 3-9? I do. Now, part of this maybe is my brain can't comprehend them going 3-9, but I think they would.
Well, I think if it went that badly,
I mean, the first question is what happens with Dan?
He would be gone for it. Would play out very similar to Mike Riley. The AD would be gone because now none of this. This is no longer a Trev Alberts question. This is a Troy Dannon question.
And he gave him the extension.
Dannon gave him the extension. This is Dannon's coach.
Yep. By the way, real fast, Jed follows up. All the changes he counted were just changes through the first 3 years. So we were the numbers that you gave a couple.
Right.
Okay. So that is through 3 years for all these coaches.
Yes.
Not, he was there for 7 years. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Okay. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
But yes, I'm with you. It's a Dannon conversation, but that's why this basketball success, even though I know he didn't make that higher, but that's a really interesting part in all this. Unlike the previous athletic directors, at least on its surface right now, Prisomat says it. UNL leadership loves Dannon. That's the thing that he has. All the other ones, as we talked about last week with Bill Moose, and I course before him, and Osborne's different, but Peterson before him, people disliked those guys. And I'm sure there are people in the administration that don't like Troy Dannon. There's not as many whispers about that type of stuff.
No, there's not, but as we know, results on the field change attitudes quick.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed, it's a lock, but my gut tells me that if this goes poorly, it's probably going to work very similar to, look at it. When Callahan went south, who went first? Peterson.
Months beforehand.
When things went south with Riley.
Same.
It was Icorse that got let go. I think it would probably play out somewhat similarly if it came to that in the future.
Amber's Meme Guy says, people love this idea that Nebraska has more money than God and they all have these resources, but they're stuck with Coach Gemstone and won't be able to afford to fire him. Which one is it? They are not spending $70 million to fire a coach. There's no way in hell. That's not even about are they rich or not. They're not going to do that. They are not going to do that.
What they're going to hope for is that Matt Rule gets on and says these guys won't wear the uniform anymore.
Correct.
And then we'll fire him with cause.
Yeah, there's no way in hell.
Coming up next, Mitch Sherman. You know why they're not firing Matt Rule? Because somebody's got to run spring football, which starts on Saturday.
Thank God. Not really.
Well, it feels like spring out there.
It does. I'm just not excited for spring football. Are you ready for that? I'm not excited for this.
I'm never excited for spring football.
But usually I am.
So welcome to my house. Welcome to my party.
House?
John's timeshare.
Welcome to my world. Spring football, really don't care.
Slops for dinner, everybody.
We had a fine dinner last night, and we'll have another fine dinner tonight.
Awesome. Stay tuned.
16:20 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
We welcome in Mitch Sherman from The Athletic on this President's Day. Favorite president, Mitch?
Ooh. Mitch?
I'm here.
Favorite president?
My favorite president
Could be any president.
I'm gonna go with Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Always, it was a very safe choice.
That is.
It's a good choice. I mean, he's got his own monument.
Sure, yeah.
He did some.
You can't go wrong with Abe.
He just go.
It's hard. Yeah, I mean, if you're like, I don't like that pick, actually, then I have a lot of questions about you as a person.
Yeah.
And what you think. Good job by you, Mitch. Good job by you.
Personally,
that's a very professional answer right there.
Yes,
it is. It absolutely is. It absolutely.
Personally, mine is President Scroob from Spaceballs.
Nice.
Excellent job.
I was watching. What was his name? The American President Andrew. What's the president's
name? It was
name?
Michael Douglas. Yeah, but
Douglas. Yes. I was watching that. It was on the TV, and my wife had fallen asleep, and I got into the bedroom and ended up watching like the next 90 minutes of it, even though I've seen it like 44 times.
I watched Death by Lightning.
Yeah, it's one of her favorites. So
it's definitely well, it's not a rom-com, but it's definitely
com.
It is.
Or rom.
It's definitely a rom.
It's rom.
Yeah.
It's not so much com.
Not as much com as rom.
Yeah.
But Mitch, I watched, and I said this a few times at the end of last year, Death by Lightning on Netflix, which was about, now I can't remember which president. It was about the man from Ohio. And it made me...
Garfield, right?
Garfield, thank you. It made me want to read a biography about every president. Like, even though I don't have kids, to get into my dad phase of historical learning. I want to learn about history and presidents. So if anybody has a good biography about all of the presidents, and you're going to have a stupid joke, John. Don't even make whatever dumb joke you want to make.
It's called The Art of the
See,
Deal.
here, I knew you were going to make a dumb joke.
It's a book. It's a book. It's about a president.
I'm going all the way back.
He wasn't a president then.
I'm going back to the first one, and then I will move forward. I got a lot of books.
Remember when they used to have encyclopedias, and you'd have the encyclopedia volumes?
Yep.
You could use that as your very like abridged version for biographical information on all presidents. I think as a kid, I probably read about all the presidents through the encyclopedia, the World Book.
Yeah, I'm going to admit, outside, the years between Jefferson and Lincoln, a little foggy there. Years after Lincoln, until Teddy Roosevelt, a little foggy there. And then after that, I'm
It's
I'm
like
better.
when I start
I'm
talking
better.
about Husker football, like I'm pretty good in some, but I'm like 1990, I got nothing. I got to ask John the question. So what happened in 1990? But you get to Tommy Frazier, and then I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm with you. I can go as far back as 90, and I have memories of the 80s, but if you want real expertise, it's got to be 90s and forward.
Exactly.
Well, now that a full week of the Bill Moose tea spilling has been absorbed, what do you think can be the takeaways for the future of Husker athletics? Because we always like to learn from the past. Well, is there anything we can learn from the tea that was spilt last week?
It depends how much you feel like you already knew about the dysfunction that existed. It's not just the time, and Bill Moose was only the athletic director it was less than 4 years, so 3.5 years. It's a small sample size for what has been a period. You can argue if it continues today. I think that it does because of some of the external forces and some internal, but just the forces in general that tug and pull at Nebraska athletics, and often to the detriment, like people on the outside or the inside who are exerting influence like that. That was a big takeaway from the Moose book. It was that, this stuff was in some ways even more influential and disruptive than we thought. And I say we thought because, as you guys know, there's a lot that's said and heard, and I think that we have come to realize that you have to take rumors and just you have to take things that you hear with a grain of salt. So to hear someone with a firsthand account validate and verify a lot of the most unusual and wild stories from just that little 3.5 year sample size, lends credence to the belief that dysfunction has reigned inside that athletic department and outside of the athletic department in ways that influence it for a long time, and it has contributed to the difficulty that Nebraska has had in football in putting together success. And I definitely think there are lessons to be learned from that moving forward. Let the coaches coach, let the athletic directors do their job. School presidents have a job, the chancellors have a job, the regents have a job. And I think the more that everybody stays in their lane, the more likely it is that Nebraska can function as an efficient operation.
And so I was going to ask you about that, Mitch. Like, it seems like on its face, they are doing those things. They are staying in their lanes. Like, nary a whisper anywhere near like there were under Moose or Peterson or Eichhorst, et cetera.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that that's how it is? Like, are things as cohesive as fans hope that they are?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's all just coming up roses as far as the cohesion has gone. I mean, you can take a sample size of this day and say, all right, hey, everything's going smoothly today, but you widen it out. I don't know that the way that it's worked in the last few years to cut the chancellor out of the line of power and give the regions power. That goes back to the time with Jim Pillen as on the board of regents. And I still think that there's dysfunction. I still think that there's a thirst for power. It's seemingly in a better shape than it was during Moose's time, in part because Nebraska has a stronger leader at the top of the department right now. And I think Nebraska has a president in Jeffrey Gold, who is just doesn't care to have his hands in it as much on like the day-to-day level as existed when Hank Bounds was in charge, and then that went over to Ted Carter too. So, and those guys were great leaders in their own right, and they're I'm not speaking badly about them, but there were a lot of people grasping for power, and I think the place that Nebraska's at now, with at the top of the food chain, I think the strength that they have from Gold on down is that they are letting people do their jobs. It's not perfect, probably. I think some things could probably still be straightened out, but it's better. It's better than it was. And Troy Dannon is a strong athletic director. We've seen that with decisions that he's made, actions that he's taken, the way that he's been able to move Nebraska forward in some ways. And I don't know that was necessarily the case with Bill Moose. I think he was put in place to be able to be an instrument of the people above him.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. As we mentioned, as you were coming on, spring balls starting on Saturday. Could this, with all of the things that have been taking place, certainly the distraction of the basketball team would help in this as well, but could this be among the more quiet springs that we've experienced in a while? Or is that even possible, given that, there's a lot of discontent right now, and the way that last season ended, maybe more eyes will be peeled on it. What's your thought?
I don't know. It is so far, and I think the basketball topic is a good one to bring up, because if Nebraska basketball stays on this kind of a run, if Nebraska were to win tomorrow night, and it doesn't, it's not a requirement, but that would definitely boost the energy around the program to even another level from where it's at right now. I was looking through things this morning when I saw that Joe Lunardi had Nebraska slotted as a 4 seed, and was wondering why is Nebraska falling while some of the teams around Nebraska are rising. And you do see that it's been a while since Nebraska's beaten a good team, in part because of the way that the schedule has been set up. It's been either losing teams or very, very good teams that they've played now for about a month. And they start to get back into this period here with Iowa and the California schools, where you have a chance to beat some teams that are good, but not top 10 or top 15 teams. And I think that would continue to keep eyes on Nebraska basketball. They get up around that 26, 27 win total, and people won't be able to get enough of Nebraska basketball going into the tournament. And in a way that's going to take some eyeballs away from spring football. And that might not be the worst thing for Matt Rule and his program. They seem to want right now to operate in relative quiet. Like they're not out there seeking attention, which has generally been the case in the off seasons that Rule has been around. It's been a good thing. They've generated momentum through that attention, but that doesn't seem to be the MO right now. And I don't know that I expect that to change in spring practice. Like they're going to do interviews. There's going to be media availabilities. There's going to be people talking about position groups and battles and new coaches and new players and things like that. It just comes with spring football. They want the fans to pay attention because they want them to come to the spring game on March 28th. And of course they want them to be engaged. And this is a time to engage out of season. So some of that's going to ramp up, but yeah, I do think it's going to continue to be somewhat quiet. And if the basketball team is pushing for a 2 seed or in good shape for a 3 seed, and that's almost unprecedented territory, a 2 seed would be, then it should work to the benefit of the goal right now with the football program.
Mitch, go back to what you said about hoops. I think that's such a good observation because they've gotten into this spot where it's either really good teams and they've lost those last 3 going back to the Michigan game, or really bad teams and they're still winning those. But I think the bones of this season, the win against Illinois, the win against Michigan State, those are of course really impressive wins. But I have my view of them is because of like a 30-point drubbing over a really good Wisconsin team. The road wins back-to-back against Ohio State in Indiana. So, the 2 of the last 3 home games are against a couple tomato cans in Penn State and Maryland. But the other 4 are varying levels of intrigue of, all right, let's see now as the end of the season arrives, like what does this team have? Can they match that performance that they had, early to mid-December, essentially to that Michigan game and that Michigan loss a month ago?
Yeah, it's an interesting way the schedule just has happened to set up like that, where you gave them those kind of tests against tournament teams or bubble teams early in the year, and Nebraska passed those tests with flying colors. It's a different challenge in February and into March because those teams they've matured. Even if you were to play Wisconsin and Indiana and Ohio State, and again, I don't think you wouldn't see the same results. Nebraska wouldn't beat Wisconsin by 30 if they played tomorrow night, but it did, and that counts. Let's see what happens when you play a comparable team in Iowa or UCLA, and that will be very telling. I think it stands to reason that Nebraska is going to come back to the pack just a bit when you compare them to those teams, because that's part of what allowed Nebraska to get off to a 20-0 start. They were mature beyond the competition. Like they just had the leadership and like the cohesiveness, and they did all the right things. And early in the season or in the middle of the season, that allowed them to stand not just above the competition, but high above the competition. And I think even as Nebraska's progressed through this year, teams like that are going to have caught up just a little bit. And can Nebraska still win those games? I mean, all you need to do is win them. You don't need to win against Iowa and UCLA and USC by 25 points. Like win those games by 2, and you're going to be in great shape next month.
Has the basketball success actually hurt the attitude towards football? Has it just has it added more salt, as people look and say, well, look at what Fred's doing. Yeah. And this is what Matt Rule can't do.
It's like the Signetti question from the fall.
Yeah.
And in the eyes of some, sure. I think in the eyes of people who are looking to pile on Matt Rule, everything can be a reason to hurt him.
Yep.
Whether it's another football coach or another football team in his conference that is racking up wins and winning a national championship, or the basketball program or whatever. You can look at other sports on Nebraska's campus too and say, hey, why didn't, how come the football team doesn't want to schedule aggressively? Rhonda Revelle does it, or, but it's silly. Like it's not the same thing. They have different kinds of seasons, different scheduling philosophies, and different ways to reach success. I think that success, especially for a Nebraska program, and here we're talking about Hoiberg, like his success should help Rule's success. It shouldn't in any way reflect poorly on Rule. We already knew that before Fred Hoiberg had a great season this year, that it can happen. Like that a team can come from relative obscurity and rise up and do amazing things. Like Fred Hoiberg didn't invent that here in 2025, 2026. So I don't think that just because it's happening at Nebraska that it reflects in any way on Matt Rule.
Mitch, a year ago, we were all pouring one out and giving eulogies for the end of spring games, and now a year later, it's back. How much of that is the transfer portal stuff, and that there is not another window, thus not another opportunity for maybe some film to get out there, versus how much of it is the response to last year and just how disappointing that day was?
I think it's maybe some of both. I think in Nebraska, it's probably more the latter, because I don't think that the spring transfer window had anything to do. I mean, they used that as a reason for canceling the spring game last year, but if you remember the window, it closed before Nebraska had its spring game or something to that effect. It was in April last year, right? And the spring game was at the end of April. I just think that was a convenient reason to cancel the spring game. But the real reason that Nebraska wanted to do it was because of injury prevention and the just the changing face of college football, and it's turning more into the NFL, where you don't do that. You don't scrimmage in the spring, full go. You practice, but you have training activities, but you don't do what is traditional in college football. And I still think the college game is moving toward that. I think this is just this year, and I haven't looked at like the data around the country to see if what's happened at Nebraska, where the spring game went away and now it came back, and they almost tried to bring it back at the very end last year, right in the weeks leading up to the game, but just with sitting some of the top players, and that could happen again this year. You could get to March 28th this year, and Nebraska might decide to sit its first unit. There's no guarantee that those guys are going to play if they've had a good spring. I think that a lot of them will, especially the newcomers. But I still think we're trending in college football toward a finish line where there aren't spring games, and where there really isn't spring football the way that we knew it. And the most important time for the off season is more in May and June, like the NFL model. Like the NFL does it after the draft. And, I hope and think, and I don't know why I would have faith in college football, because it can't get the calendar right. But I hope and think that eventually the portal window will move later in the academic year, earlier in the calendar year. So like into April or May, and then you could have your training activities after that time, much like the NFL does with the draft.
Well, Mitch, enjoy the start of spring football this week. I know we will.
I'm going to be there, and I don't know if we'll get to see anything on Saturday, but Nebraska Penn State will be playing basketball, and we'll see. I would hope that at some point we're going to hear from Matt Rule about the start of spring practice. So that should be coming out here soon.
I would think so too. Absolutely. Mitch, have a great week and enjoy this wonderful weather.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us every Monday.
Along those lines, John emails in. Spring football means people like Mitch are going to start having Rule run his mouth somewhat regularly again, and that is depressing.
That is.
It is, or is it great content for the Grum?
Well, it's not depressing.
I think
fair.
I think Matt Rule is going to speak a little bit less.
I think so too. He has not spoken since the bowl game.
But okay, is Matt Rule going to speak less, but is Matt going to speak more?
No, I think I'm with John. I don't think we're going to hear from Rule as much.
Wow. Nebraska scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th.
I told you it was
one on a wild pitch, another one on a
So
sacrifice.
what's the score now? 0 to negative
9-6 Stanford.
0 to negative 3.
The comeback is on.
Really close. It's still a 0 to negative 3 ball
The
game.
game is very much in doubt now. Just you wait. Some people on this Grum would have had you believe that game was over. Others told you it's too soon to tell.
I was trying to tell Nick that the comeback could happen. All you got to do is wait for it.
We'll continue to keep you updated.
Nice.
But coming up next, there was quite the moment on Saturday between Providence and St. John.
And hair. That's the most important part of this
Well,
clip.
I don't know if it's the most important part, but certainly there's something to be said for that. Also, a great addition to sports broadcasting is being regulated out of the sport.
Ooh, I'm very curious.
And we must rebel.
Okay.
on 1620 The Zone.
Michael Severe texts into the Grum.
He's going to be on in 30 minutes. He couldn't have waited?
No, apparently not. He says, wasn't Matt Rule on Sports Nightly?
Oh, he might have been.
We were talking about pressers or just talking to non-state media.
Yeah, that's
true. I think
true.
some would say that the Nebraska media is state media. I would never say that.
No.
Some do. I
That's
wouldn't.
ridiculous.
Michael, I'm sending you the link.
By the way, thank you to Ian and his daughter.
Oh!
Scarlett brought us the Explore Moors.
Nice. We were just talking about those.
These are the
smells awesome.
The Rocky Road ice cream inspired new Girl Scout cookies. And now we are going to try them.
When did they start making their cookies
good.
like sandwiches? Or is this like just a different kind?
They've had a few sandwich cookies. There's a peanut butter sandwich cookie.
I've never had any of their sandwich cookies. This is good.
I've had a peanut butter one, and I think the lemon one is.
Are you guys glad that we got to explore
yeah.
more cookies?
We are good. These are really good. These are really good.
Steve emails in while
I'm
John
a big
and Nick...
fan. I can't wait. You know what I like to do with my Oreos? I like to get like 5 of them and put them in a big coffee mug, and then fill the coffee mug about a third of the way to halfway up with
cereal.
milk,
You like to make cereal.
and then just mush the crap out of
That's
them.
weird.
That
It's
is a
weird,
little
but it tastes good.
I eat Oreos when I'm on my runs. My long runs. I had a 20-mile run yesterday or Saturday. I ate 8 cookies.
I was at a concert on Saturday, and during the set,
Not watching baseball.
I was watching Say Anything. During the set, one of the guys in the band just took out some Oreos and handed one to every band member. It was really nice.
It's very cool.
I think more bands need Oreo breaks.
It's good to eat when you're running or playing music.
It's true.
Steve writes in before we get to the basketball fight.
Fighting.
Steve says, come on, guys. You know Motor Mouth Rule can't wait to get on a mic or camera this spring. It's in his DNA.
Should have called him Motor Mouth Matt.
Guy just loves to babble on, and we're all annoyed with this BS that spills out of his clown's pie hole. Wow, that's a tough look for...
Could I
just don't think he's going to speak as much. John,
I don't think he's going to speak as much. It's a topic for another time. We've got plenty of time in this offseason. It's a very long offseason.
We're already a month and a half in.
And it's barely just begun.
Already a month and a half in.
Barely have started.
A month and a
this
half ago?
offseason.
John,
I mean, the
think
Super Bowl was just 8 days ago.
A month and a half from now, the Final Four will be here. Like, it's not that far
Josh,
away.
I'm
I know
28.
the Final Four is not that far away.
I'm 28 right now. By the time football season comes back again, I'm going to be 29.
Oh, wow. You'll still be a child.
So far away.
You'll still be a child.
So Saturday, there was a big old fight. Now, if you're not familiar with the history between these teams, well, in one player in particular, Bryce Hopkins is a former All Big East player at Providence.
Okay.
Last year, well, it was 2 years ago, he suffered a bad knee injury and took him out for the season and changed the course of Providence's year because he was an All Big East player. Last year, he comes back.
Folks.
Plays in 3 games.
3.
And then just stopped playing.
Uh-oh, what happened? Did he want more NIL money?
No, he did not run out of NIL money.
Does the coach hate his guts?
Nope, coach didn't hate him.
His teammates hated his guts.
He just stopped playing.
Like Darren Peterson at Kansas.
It's kind of like a Darren Peterson situation, but worse.
Okay.
Because it didn't appear as if he was in any medical danger, but he just kind of shut it down. Continued to work out, continued to show up with the team, but
Fascinating.
just stopped playing. And then during the offseason, oh, look at that. He ends up going to St. John's, where he has been playing all season.
Mm-hmm.
So games in the second half, Providence is winning the game.
Mm-hmm.
And big foul happened. A 3-game suspension.
Oh.
It's an automatic 1-game suspension because he got the flagrant 2 from the NCAA. The Big East added 2 more games to Mr. Powell.
So how many games total?
3 games total.
3.
Here's a
baffled by that hair.
Oh my gosh, it's so bad.
There's a look at it. So for those of you who are obviously listening, he is bald except for the neckline.
I don't understand this. Nick, this is your generation. Can you explain this, please?
I got nothing. Maybe he wanted to try to do the Friar look, but didn't want to fully commit to the Friar look.
See, but that's not even the Fry. I mean, I guess you're right, Nick. It's not, my group chat was wondering if he lost a fantasy football bet, and this is his punishment. It would explain it.
Maybe his losing the fantasy bet was you have to take out somebody on the other team.
That would be a funny fantasy bet thing to do.
He went to the barber and said, I want a reverse undercut where they cut everything but the under.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, of course, this has already been a trying last couple of years for Providence. You know, they had Ed Cooley. Ed Cooley ditches them for another Big East team. Fans there are already miffed.
Yeah, didn't that weird documentary come out?
They had the Divine Providence.
Remember that stupid thing?
That was weird.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people in the New York media really leaned in hard on the Providence folks because apparently Bryce Hopkins' family was at the game. They had to leave. Now, originally it was said, and there's conflicting reports on why Hopkins' father and family were escorted out. Some were saying because the fans were being too abusive to them, but there were others saying that Hopkins' father was inciting fights or threatening fights with the student section. So it's conflicting reports on who's starting what with whom.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just continued this ongoing notion because of all the fan bases in the Big East, the Providence fan base has the most chip on its shoulder. They feel like they're kind of put upon, you know, they're in a weird spot because they're between New York and Boston and, you know.
So it's like some true Napoleon kind of complex stuff.
A little bit.
Brother syndrome.
A little bit where people think that, it's only Providence.
You figured DePaul would be the...
Well, but DePaul's from Chicago.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You know,
it sucks so
but
bad.
This is the East. This is the true old Big
So
East.
what's the
This
New
is
York... What's the New York
Well,
market
the New
doing
York
with
folks,
that?
Zach Braziller, who writes for the New York Post, basically went all in saying that the Providence administration just has totally mishandled this. They didn't, you know, they never tried to quiet, you know, the hostilities during the Ed Cooley game. They didn't try to cool the hostilities here.
They lean into it.
That they lean into the we're a victim bit. So you guys are just playing the victim again. You know, grow up. Enough's enough.
I don't think I like Providence the way they're acting. How do you feel about Providence? I guess we're over here. We're way far west.
We are. I mean, there's no doubt the Providence fan base is they're a very aggressive fan base.
Interesting.
Very aggressive. But I do understand where some of their frustration is coming from. I mean, they had a guy who proclaimed he was a Providence lifer and he turned the program around, made him great. Then all of a sudden, Georgetown comes along, who has, like, in terms of fan base,
nothing.
They got bubkas.
They have history, but that's so long ago.
They got
now.
history, but it's
Their
way
history is
long
history.
ago.
Their history is history.
But they got money. And
now they suck too.
And they lured away Ed Cooley. So they were miffed about that. Now, the Hopkins stuff is interesting because he pretty much quit on Providence. He took their money, but he quit on them. Knowing that, because the rumors of him going to St. John's, we knew them last year in season. Oh, he's headed to St. John's. Sure enough, he went to St. John's.
He's going to St. John's. Yeah,
so I can understand. Now, I'm not saying that Duncan Powell's foul was necessary or
Good rhyme.
or good
necessary
or the right thing to do. I'm absolutely not saying that.
But you're also not saying it.
Yeah. Why aren't you not saying it?
But what I am saying is I do understand the vitriol coming from the Providence fans.
Sure.
And I don't know why they're taking strays here. I mean, that was and the ironic thing is Duncan Powell, he's a transfer too. So it's not like he has Providence in his blood.
For sure.
It's not like he's, you know, like, oh, man, this Hopkins fellow, man, he screwed me and my teammates over. He wasn't even there last year.
Maybe it's one of those situations where, like, you have a friend and they, like, tell you about their ex or something and you grow to hate this person even though you never met him. Maybe that's what's going on with him.
Maybe Duncan Powell looked in the mirror and said, oh, my God, what have I done with my hair? And I've got to take this out on somebody.
Are we sure
Bryce
that's...
Hopkins, you look like a barber.
Are we sure
after you?
That's hair on the back of Powell's head, or is it like a ferret or something that just crawled up there for warmth?
I had not thought that it could be an animal that was on his head the entire basketball game. Good question, though. Let's do some investigating, shall we?
So, real odd situation.
Just shave it off.
Wow, this is what happens when we reach the end of basketball season. People start tackling you. See, they're missing football too.
It's like a giant Mr. H
bring
mustache,
back
but in the back of your head.
Over. Bring back the Super Bowl.
Designated Hitler.
Go Seahawks. That's probably what
Maybe
he said.
that was it. Maybe that was
So
it.
upset
Maybe
about the
Duncan
Seahawks?
Powell was upset that he showed more aggression than the Patriots did.
He did. He definitely did.
Drake May sucks. I'm going to take you out. And my hair.
It's so bad.
My hair.
It's so bad.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, we don't have to go to Providence and deal with any of that.
Because you've already been there.
But one of those 3 games he's out for is Creighton.
Which is important to stay on the 5 line.
Stay on the 5 line.
Oh, we're all rooting for it.
Really
Come on, Creighton. We believe in you.
But we could have saw that hair in person.
I really don't think Duncan Powell was going to make that big a difference.
We wouldn't see it in person, Nick. We won't be in New York City.
Oh, that's fair.
Having those
John could have seen
bagels
it
and
in
those
person.
slices of za.
Slice?
Mm.
There's no slice.
Yeah,
Not
we're
today.
Unreal that you're missing the slice for the 2nd straight week.
Yeah, John.
It's like you don't like college baseball.
Why don't you like the slice of college
And now
baseball?
it's going to be us
Because
and Michael. And Michael's probably going to make fun of Nick and make him
I'm getting
cry.
like pizza rolls today. What's my late? Give me a pizza roll here. What's going on?
Pizza roll. A lot of nukes on Saturday in college
No, I'm
baseball.
talking about
the Nebraska
the
game.
game going
Oh,
on right
idiot.
now. Give me my pizza roll.
9-6, bottom of the 7th
Still
Stanford.
0 to -3. Comeback continues.
Plenty of time, baby. Plenty of time.
Mm.
Coming up next, baseball has come for your technology. The robo-umps are going to come with a price.
Oh.
Not sure if I like this price.
Okay.
And it's a Michael Severe Monday.
Let's go.
And I've got a rant.
To Michael?
Not to Michael, but
About
during the
Michael.
Michael. No, it's not even about Michael.
I hate the color of your... Like, you're not doing that, are you?
No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, good. I was worried.
Not today.
Not today, yeah.
Why would I steal Nick's bit?
Ha ha!
1620 the zone. Got a pizza roll for me there, Nick?
Same exact thing.
Okay.
As I said before.
9-6.
9-6.
Well,
Bottom
it's not
of the
exactly
seventh.
the same.
Two out.
the game
I
is
guess Nebraska
progressive.
just hit a double.
If you view the score the other way, though, it is
69.
Nice. Get it?
No, I don't. This is going to be the first year that we have automated balls and strikes, aka robo umps.
No, wait. What level of baseball is this happening?
All levels, the biggest level of all, the major leagues.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
When did I
We have talked about this.
I remember us talking about it. I didn't think that they were going through with it though for the majors.
Yes.
But at what cost? You keep saying a cost.
Oh, there is a cost. But
Is it a
first,
subscription to ESPN Unlimited?
probably. Knowing ESPN, they're probably going to somehow find a way to make money off of this. They have adjusted some of the rules. So you're going to have 2 challenges.
Okay.
But every time you win a challenge,
you get
to keep it.
Okay.
And a challenge can only be initiated by the catcher, the pitcher, or the batter. It cannot come from the dugout.
Okay.
A manager, normally a manager will call for replay on the base paths, but here it's only pitcher, catcher, batter.
Okay.
Can challenge. They win they win the challenge, they keep their challenge. They don't, they lose it. If the game goes into extra innings, a team will be given 1 challenge per extra inning, unless they happen to carry the original 2 with them into extra innings.
You could challenge it. So you could only have 2 for the whole game, and then you could, in theory, challenge for the rest of the game if you keep winning every inning, but only one time.
Yeah.
That's just a lot of challenges.
It can be.
But it's going to be very quick.
Yeah. I saw Storm Chasers do this a couple seasons ago, and there was one point where it was just challenge after challenge after challenge, but they kept getting it right, so it was good challenges.
I mean, yeah, sure.
These are some things highlighted by friend of the Grum, Jesse Temple, or Jesse
Temple. That
not
guy doesn't
Jesse
respond
Temple,
to screw
Jesse-
that guy.
Yeah.
Enemy of the Grum.
Jesse
Well, I'm from Wisconsin. I don't like talking to Nebraska.
Rogers.
Jesse Rogers. Thank you, not Jesse Temple.
Baseball guy.
Umpires will be given discretion on plays that happen on the bases, even when the pitch is being challenged.
What does that mean?
Well, if there's like a simultaneous, like a lot of times you get a stolen base attempt.
Oh, yeah.
The pitch, if there's simultaneous challenge, let's say one team's challenging the play at second, somebody's challenging the pitch will be challenged first.
It has the right of way.
That has the right of way.
Okay.
A pitch may not be challenged if a position player is pitching.
That's hilarious. That
So
doesn't happen very often, but it's pretty fun.
But it happens more often than it used to.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
I wouldn't say it happens a lot.
Compared to what it used to when I was watching baseball, it happens a lot more than it used
Is
to.
this just let's keep the game moving? You're only pitching because the game's a blowout anyway.
Precisely.
Let's just get things going. Okay.
The league is going to be measuring the standing height of each player to determine their individual strike zone, which will be slightly smaller than the umpire called zone.
Okay. So that's
And
interesting.
players can't lie about their height anymore because we'll have the data.
Interesting. So we'll have their official height and weight.
But there is a but.
Is it what Jordan commented
And
in the
I
YouTube stream?
don't like it.
Is it about the television?
Yep.
Yeah, Jordan says no more live strike zone on TV broadcast.
Bad.
So they're getting rid of the K zone.
The K zone is gone. And the reason, I understand the reason for
Because
it.
they don't want fans being all, well, the K zone
No,
says. Is
no,
it that?
no. They
Oh.
don't want. They don't.
Cheating by the coaches watching.
Yeah, they don't want, because the idea is that
If you want to challenge it, you got to do it based off of what you actually saw.
correct.
Wow, that's really interesting.
And so they don't want anybody, if you're getting a live TV feed,
you can cheat. In
like
a way.
you could have Carlos Beltran, bang a trash can in the dugout, which is your indication for, hey, K-Zone showed that was a strike. You need to challenge that. So they want to eliminate the possibility of
doing that.
The live television K-Zone being used as inside information on whether or not you should challenge.
But they're still going to have the K zone. It just won't tell you if it's a strike or a ball.
No.
The athletic story that I'm reading makes it seem that way.
No, the K zone will not indicate whether it's a strike or a ball.
But if it
on TV.
But the zone will still be there.
Not on TV.
No, it can't. Otherwise,
Nick,
it would
you could figure out if it's a strike or a ball because it goes inside of it or outside of it.
Unless it's too close, because there's times where it looks like it's out, but it's just
No, if
slightly
it
in.
paints the corner, it's a strike.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the ball has to do is
Unless
touch-
John, I haven't read the story, so unless John,
No. They're taking the telecast will not have.
They might have the K zone, but it's not going to be on TV anymore.
Well, the K zone will actually be used to adjudicate
Correct. Yeah.
whether or not it is a ball or a strike.
Yeah. Kenneth says, do you need the K zone to know if it's a strike or a ball? No, certainly. That said, like, I've gotten very much used to it, you know?
I've gotten used to it. And if anything, it's given me a greater appreciation for how usually accurate a lot of these umpires are.
Mm-hmm.
The K zone is actually, at least in Major League Baseball, has shown me, man, these guys are usually more on target than I've ever given them credit for.
Mm-hmm.
Because, now, will they miss a few? Of course. Angel Hernandez. But
yeah,
a lot of these guys, they pretty much hit it right on the button.
So here's what's interesting. So I understand, I do genuinely understand the thought process behind take that off of TV. We don't want them using it. That said, like in football, they use technology to know what to challenge and what not to challenge, right? Like a coach will be talking to an assistant upstairs who's watching on TV and they use, hey, his feet were in bounds. I saw the replay.
But the difference is that is still a judgment call. The K zone is the final arbiter. Mm-hmm. Technology is the final arbiter of whether or not it was a ball or a strike.
Yeah, I do like this. I mean, on one hand, like it's a bummer. I think it's worse for the broadcast. But in terms of strategy, this is actually pretty good. I think it's really slick, and it requires you to be confident and to really know what you are looking at as the batter, as the pitcher, as the catcher, as the manager, right? Those were the four who could challenge it. Was that
no manager cannot challenge?
So it's only, just the players on the field.
It's only the players. It's only pitcher, catcher, batter.
You know what? I like that. That's pretty good. What do you think about this comment from Kenneth a few moments ago? Good. Make these pitchers make good pitches over the plate. And let's get some more balls in play. Could this result in more balls in play?
Not necessarily. I mean, all you're doing is you're challenging whether or not it's a ball or a strike. Pitchers are still going to try to, the art of pitching is a strike not being a strike. A good breaking ball is a pitch that is not in the strike zone, but gets the guy to swing and miss, or to get them to chase, something out of the strike zone. So, yeah, it's not necessarily, I don't think it's going to change the behavior of pitchers. But we'll see.
So, Nick, here's the thing that he sent us. It's from Sam Bloom from The Athletic. I'll just read the first couple paragraphs because it's really short. Fans at home will have a slightly different look when watching Major League Baseball games on television. The strike zone box, shown almost universally on every local and national broadcast, will no longer be able to indicate whether a pitch is a ball or a strike. The strike zone box can still be used, but it will be on viewers to guess as to whether the pitch was a ball or a strike. See, again, if they keep it up, I don't think that it's going to be that difficult to figure out if it was a ball or a strike if they're still showing it. So I guess I'm a little confused with what you read and what he is showing, or what this story is showing.
But normally I
get it. When it hits through and it's a strike, it'll have a little K.
It'll show a dot.
Yeah, when it'll hits outside, I think it has like a ball or whatever. Right. But like, I don't think it's that hard to watch and be like, oh, I don't know what that
wasn't in the square.
That's the thing. It's either in the square or it's out or it hits the corners.
Well, the other part of it is it's a two-dimensional thing. And when a pitch is, it's sometimes a pitch looks like it is a strike, but it wasn't a strike when it crossed the plate.
Correct.
Because you're not getting the three-dimensional view.
Yeah.
You're only getting a two-dimensional view. But I think it'll be, it's sad that we're losing it, but I understand why.
I remember when the K Zone first came out, it was pretty reviled.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I didn't like it. I thought it sucked.
I like the K Zone a lot, but I'm fine with these changes.
I thought, get it off my TV. And now I've grown to love it.
If think about it now. For baseball, umpires.
Yeah, they're pretty worthless.
They're not worthless, but
scum of the earth, says Josh.
Now,
take them out back.
Now, if they blow a call, it can be challenged. It can be overturned. There's not a lot of judgment anymore. The balk is probably the one still judgment call that will get people upset.
And how many of those?
But now, if you got an umpire who's really bad in the strike zone, you have the impetus to challenge it.
Did they solve? Was it check swings yet? Or the ump still there for that?
Check, yeah. So check swings and balks are about the only two judgment calls that you really have any motivation to go after the ump if you think they're in bad judgment, because you can challenge everything else.
Stip says, how will this affect managers screaming in their faces? I'll miss that. They got to start yelling at computers now.
Aaron Boone will still find somebody to yell at.
Look at that laptop.
Imagine getting ejected by a computer.
That'd be pretty funny.
Now, and there could also be plays at the plate, like obstruction calls. Baseball managers will always find something to argue about.
D'Lo says, which is why we've lost the best play in baseball. The manager coming out of the dugout and going ape crap over a bad call. Where have you gone, Lou Piniella? Wait, that's the best part of baseball when a manager screams? I figured we'd like the sport.
They were pretty good.
And Aaron Boone still does that.
Yeah,
watching people kick dirt on umpires or pretending there's a grenade on the field.
That was awesome. Crawling. That was an all-timer.
Yeah.
But that's not the best part of baseball. I think the best part of the sport is like the baseball that happened.
The best
Home
part
runs,
to you has always been when you got
strikeouts.
to go home. Now you won't get to go home.
Remember Game 7 of the World Series? That was awesome.
Yeah, I was at a Nebraska game and had to try to watch it on my phone.
I wasn't allowed to go to that Nebraska game, so I got to watch Game 7 at my house.
Well,
Stanford just
thank you, Matt Rule and Troy
that wasn't
Dannon.
your Game 7 to tell.
That's true.
Stanford just scored on a wild pitch.
Oh, what is it now?
10-6, top of the eighth, one
back
out.
to -4.
There's still time.
Or maybe now it's 1 to -3.
There's still time. Michael Severe will join us next. It's a Michael Severe Monday.
You see, he put together a bracket. Michael loves brackets.
He does.
He is keeping the bracket industry alive.
He
That
is.
March Madness.
Can't wait to hear how Lee Barfneck's going to crap all over this idea.
John has a show that made an appearance on this bracket.
No, I don't.
You do.
I don't do a podcast anymore.
Well, he put one on there, even though it might be defunct now.
I don't do a podcast.
It's available.
1620 The Zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it surprised that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell. Michael's black.
And look who's here.
Michael Severe.
How's everything working towards the big jet banquet?
The gala?
Gala. Yeah. Are you getting closer? Are you feeling better about things now, or is it still stress time?
No, I'm not feeling better at all.
No.
Not at all. I mean, I don't know if you. So,
is there any way we can help?
Oh,
so one of the people behind the foundation and the creation of the scholarship and everything was Michael Yanni, a longtime businessman. He passed away 2 days ago, and so it'd be kind of sad not to have him there. We dedicated one of our awards, the Mentor of the Year award, to him, and so that's going to be pretty cool. But it's a lot of people kind of responding and recovering from that over the last couple of days. But we're working towards trying to sell some tables, and we'll put some individual seats on sale as we get closer. But just grinding away.
All right, well, that's good.
Totally unrelated, Michael. I do wonder for your take on what we were just talking about, because Jordan wanted to know, can we get Michael's reaction to the loss of the K zone? Your thoughts, Michael, on the K zone going away?
Now you're going to have to explain this to him, because he probably doesn't know what you're talking about.
So this is about baseball. They have the strike zone, it's called the K zone, and they show it on the screen. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Your thoughts? It's not going to be there anymore.
All right. Awesome. Cool. That's good. I think that's a good thing. Is it a good thing? I don't listen, man. I just don't watch baseball. I don't have to tell you. I don't watch it. I don't care about it. I don't know what's going on. The season start yet? I have no idea.
No, that's not till next month.
Well, no,
I know when. What you just said the
season started.
Yeah, they're playing right. You said earlier that they were playing. They weren't dead yet. Are they dead? Are they dead now?
Here?
They're down even more runs now.
Are they dead now?
Top of the 8th, 11-6 Stanford, 2 out.
God.
Yeah, I logged on. I went on to the thing that said that Nebraska's not dead yet. And I'm racking my brain about what sport or is he talking about our tax base? What is he talking about? I didn't have any idea. Because a lot of bad things have happened. And I was like, oh, okay, all right, cool. It's baseball. So it's not anything important. So, okay, cool.
No, yet, Nick, was the title today about baseball or was it about basketball? Basketball.
Oh, Nebraska's not done yet because they beat Northwestern?
They
weren't done.
There are people that think Nick is trolling with all of his basketball titles and thumbnails, and I try to explain to them it's not that deep. Nick just does stuff, and that's kind of what I say. It's a nice way that I can say what Nick does.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, whatever. They're in the tournament.
Alive. They're six.
They're probably going to be a 4 seed.
If not better.
If they win out, maybe they're a 3 seed. If they win a bunch of games and win 2 games in the Big Ten tournament, they're in the. What are we talking about?
I don't know. Nick, do you want to opine?
They're not dead yet.
They're not dead yet. All right.
Well, we know they're not dead yet.
I mean, it's true. I guess technically it is true, but it does imply that they were on the brink of death.
About 350 million people aren't dead yet. So what's your point? I mean,
they lost to Illinois and they lost to Purdue.
That's 3 top. They lost to 3 top 10 teams. Well, top 13 teams.
Yeah.
And they have 3. That's all their losses. And that's all their losses. Besides Michigan, they really have the best record, technically, in the Big Ten. So I don't understand why they would be dead, but whatever. Nick is one of those people that was on that float this past weekend in Mardi Gras that got in trouble. So I'm not.
They have an issue with a Mardi Gras?
Oh, they had the crack pipe float. They made a float. They called it the crack pipe float.
Crack pipe,
and they had little black babies hanging off of it. Which it didn't
sounds like Nick's float.
It didn't. I know that's what I was saying. It didn't go well. And so people had to apologize, and it's the Tux parade, and they got in trouble for it. So
I'm not exactly sure the wife, because she gets the day off because she's a government worker.
Yes.
Work today.
Must be nice.
She was doing something. She's making some kind of a Mardi Gras cake for tomorrow for work, and
king cake.
I don't know if it's a king cake. Is there another cake that's associated with Mardi Gras?
No, just a king cake. That's it.
Well, maybe she's making a king cake.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to enjoy it because she's taking it to work. But
wake up.
I'm not a cinnamon person. I don't like cinnamon, so I'm not a king cake person. It's got a lot of cinnamon in it.
Also, tiny babies.
Well, but they don't put it in there anymore because you have the stupid tax, right? If somebody's going to swallow the baby that they know is inside of it, you have to put a stupid tax on the product to now put the baby on the outside because you can't put it inside anymore. It takes away the fun of the person getting the surprise baby and having to buy the next cake. But, stupid tax.
One of my classmates, our senior year, got a bag full of the tiny babies.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were going up to accept our diploma for our principal, who we all hated, we all handed him a tiny baby.
I don't. What is a tiny baby?
So you put a baby, and some people believe it's like the baby Jesus, but the problem is it goes back. These cakes go back to the Roman times before Jesus, so probably not. It's the idea. It's the start of a new season. So Lent begins on Wednesday with Ash Wednesday, and so it's the start of that new season. That's why they go with a baby. They put a little plastic baby. Do you remember the baby cakes? The New Orleans AAA team? Anybody? Okay, so anyway.
The team. Yeah,
the team. And so that's kind of the idea behind that. But that's where those babies come. And one of the highlights of my life, I swear, was they had a full-size plastic baby, right, with somebody inside of it, and was walking down the parade route at one point, and I got to take a picture with it. It was the coolest thing ever. Because I always, you love the baby. We got a bunch of them up on the counter behind me in the kitchen from the different king cakes my sister sends me over the years.
This is such a strange little tradition holiday, but hey, everyone.
It's from the dead is strange to you, John.
This isn't Easter.
It's coming up to, so it leads to Easter. Obviously, the 40 days that Jesus was out in the wilderness. It was more than 40 actually.
Babies and cakes.
We were just talking about it off air. Michael John is pumped for Seafood Fridays. He is ready to.
Nice. So you had the first Friday just passed. You had the first at Holy Name. We didn't go. We went out for an early Valentine's, but Holy Name's first fish fry was this past Friday, and so now we'll be going to fish fries. But I'm excited. I give up meat for Lent, so let's go.
Yep, it's that time of year again, everybody.
I'm perfectly fine not doing that.
Interesting.
No,
I'm fine with that. Look, listen. You have no. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All redheads go to hell, so it doesn't matter. You're not fighting against anything. It's just going to happen. You got no choice.
Hey, John Bishop.
Hey, somebody's
do whatever you want.
Somebody's got to let the rest of you ingrates in.
You just got to go. Well, if if you read the Bible,
we get the best hotel rooms.
What is it? It's like 144,000 people. That's it. That are going to heaven, because that's in the Bible, right? So don't worry about it. The majority of people over the history of time aren't going anywhere. So it'll be okay.
That's
144,001. That cutoff is going to be tough.
That cutoff. You think the 12-team playoff is tough for the 13? You think Notre Dame was mad?
I missed the Boston Marathon by 13 seconds, but at least I didn't miss hell by one person.
And you didn't know that too, right?
No, I didn't know
until they. Oh, that's painful, man. That's painful.
Yeah, it was sad.
Why do you think Mr. H did the things he did? He's like, I ain't getting in anyway, so let's just let her rip.
Yep. Well, he was a big New Testament guy, right?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Yeah. So anyway,
speaking of people that are going to hell,
all right, here we go.
The people who decided to build this stupid streetcar. This is triggering me to no end. The road destruction down by the CHI has now gotten to bad proportions.
It's
because
bad.
You got that going on. Plus, they're expanding the convention center. So there's one way in, there's one way out.
Yeah.
And so, it was a good hour after the game. And we come out, we go to the car. It was me, it was Connor, it was a couple other people were walking.
Connor!
And we noticed the line of cars snaking down. It's like, what is going on?
Well, you got to go 12th Street. You got to take 12th Street down and get on the interstate right there.
But they've got
There's nothing blocked over there.
There's
nothing blocked up. Past Mattress Factory, where you get on right there on 480. There's nothing over there. I was just there.
This is getting out of Lot A. This is getting out from behind the
bank.
Oh, okay. Well, that's where I parked too. I came out of Lot A and I went straight down 12th or McFahey or whatever that is, and you get right on the interstate there. On 480.
It was really bad because they've got it shut off, in all different directions.
Yeah,
and it was backed up forever. So I am now convinced this is the worst thing we've ever done in Omaha.
Do you like omelets, John?
Oh, I do like omelets.
You got to break a few eggs, baby.
What are we breaking?
Well, you have to break stuff in order to make stuff. And in order to put in the streetcar, it's going to be glorious.
There's going to be seats on that streetcar that will never be sat in.
That's
That
not
thing better
true.
be full
Well, it's
every-
gonna be free, and it's gonna be a nice tourist thing, and people that live along the track and the business that live along the track, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. You're never gonna get me to be anti-streetcar, bud. I'm just sorry. That's not gonna happen.
I'm sorry, but
It's not gonna happen.
Cincinnati and Milwaukee both have streetcars. You know,
So does Pittsburgh.
In those things,
I don't know.
None. Nobody.
Well,
likes
I know when you go to San Francisco and you go to New Orleans, you see people on a streetcar. So
right, but those
probably
are
streetcar
cities in Omaha too.
Yeah. So, but you know what? They could have gone with a light rail. And when we go to Colorado Springs or other places that have a light rail, you normally see people using them. So I think people will be using this as well.
Why don't they ever think about zip lines?
I love zip lines. We're going out of town. That's my first thing I'm going to do.
It would be cheaper.
Yes.
And a little more adventuresome. You know, you
Sure.
don't have to worry about stops.
Mhm.
You know, it's just going from one place to the next.
Sure.
You know, in New Orleans for the World's Fair in 1984, we had that gondola that went across the river, which, you know, you took your life in your own hands. You got on that damn thing. Spider-Man was not going to save you like in the movies. And that thing stayed up for years after the World's Fair. And when you took it, you're like, okay, I know it's going to save me time and I know it's free, but I could die. I like those.
It's great that all those free riders of the streetcar get to enjoy it after all of the destruction and the businesses that have gone out of business because of it.
Well, that sucks. The hope is they can hold on. The city should be aiding them, doing everything they can to make sure they can hold on, that once it's done, then they can be profitable again. Yeah, that's the worst part about it. But the thing is, it's not the streetcar killing small businesses, John. I can give you an update on what's happening in politics if you like, but it's not the streetcar that's killing small businesses. I don't know if you know or not. It's not the thing.
Well, I'm talking about
Something going on. I haven't been following the news.
It's a supply issue, kid.
I'm
It's a
talking
supply
about-
issue. It's a tariff
Well,
issue. It's a lot of issues out there.
There's a lot of issues, but the
Yeah.
streetcar helped with these businesses.
Yeah, the downtown. There's some downtown ones, and then Kitchen Table, which is one of my favorite places in the world. I feel bad for them. Block 16, all those places that are dealing with that. I remember when it happened to. Speaking of rail car, when it happened to the American modern rail car out there off 100 and up Blondo, when they closed that road, and Jared Clark, who's the chef and owner there, they barely made it. You know, they held on for that year and a half. But now that it's done, it's 4 lanes, and it looks great.
It was crazy. So Monolithic, they opened during COVID. It was October of 2020. So obviously that sucked. And then they did this construction project on 120th Street because they were expanding it because of the soccer fields. And so it was just like a boom, boom right in the first couple of years. And so finally, when that opened, they like made a beer that was titled like 120th Street is open and we're adding Wednesdays. And it was like, it's going to be easy to get here now. Please come support us.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're talking All-Star Weekend. What's going on now? What are we
I
getting
have a
into?
football question for Mike.
Oh, okay.
If I may. A
All-Star
football-
Weekend.
A football
No,
question
we
for
just
Mike.
told you baseball hasn't started yet.
Basketball,
Michael,
baby.
why did Sierra Wright not get a invite to the combine?
So I've had this theory for a few years. It goes back to Stanley Morgan, because Stanley Morgan was a good enough player to get drafted. There's no doubt about it. I think if Stanley Morgan would have been on a team that was relevant or a team that had a better record, I believe that helps you in a number of ways. Sierra Wright doesn't make a lot of sense because he was a highly recruited guy. He went to USC first. He then had a really good junior year. They forced him to play a position completely out of his strength and make him play slot, where he didn't play as well as his junior year, but he goes to the East-West Shrine game. I watched those practices. He did great in the practices. He did so well, they brought him as an emergency replacement up to the Senior Bowl, where he played a lot and played pretty well. Didn't tackle great, but played pretty well. It didn't make any sense. I think if he goes to a school that's more relevant in football than Nebraska is currently, sad to say, or a place that had more success, I think he's a no-brainer. But he's not. It sucks, man. And he should have gone. Spindler's coming off an injury, but he's a guy that's going to probably get drafted. Probably should have been in there as well. That's about it, though. 4 guys is what they should have gotten. I thought they should have gotten.
And they had 2.
You got 2.
They had 2.
And they don't. That's what happens the majority of the time. They're guys that are good enough to go to the combine. They're good enough to get drafted, but because of the status of where number, it's the opposite. There were times where guys who got drafted back in the 80s and 90s that shouldn't have got drafted, probably
Because they were on
not drafted because they were on national championship teams or great teams. Yeah.
What is his ceiling, do you think, as in terms of round to get picked?
Oh, I think he could be. I got to know what he's going to run at the pro day. He seems like he's fast enough to run in the low 4.4s. If he can run the low 4.4s with how well he played his junior year, showing him going to do when he's outside, I think that Sierra Wright could be his 5th rounder easily. I thought it's funny because a lot of guys that don't make the the combine, especially from Nebraska, going to have good pro days, and that pro day a lot of times will lead them into being like a 7th round pick or a priority free agent. You'll see that quite a bit. And then once Nebraska players get on teams, they stay for a long time. You know, Stephen Carter stayed in the league forever. Stanley Morgan may still be in the league. I'm not sure. Divina Zigbo bounced around. I mean, there's a lot of guys who didn't make the combine, didn't get drafted or whatever, that bounced around a lot.
Jed did some research for us here over the weekend. I'm going to get your thoughts. So this was looking at all the coaching hires from 2018 to 2023.
Oh, yeah. I have this chart.
The number of coaching changes those individual coaches made within their staff. Matt Rule made several. So I'm going to go back a slide here, but there were of the coaches hired from 2018 to 2023, 17 of them had made 10 or more staff changes going into year 4.
Wow.
Matt Rule is one of these. 9 of those coaches had a 500 or worse record after 3 years. So this is the Matt Rule group, right? So looking at the coaches that were hired just before Matt Rule who fit this category, Brett Pry, Billy Napier, each got fired after year 4.
Yeah.
Neil Brown at West Virginia got fired after year 7.
Yeah.
There are still 3 guys active who are 500 or worse after year 3, but have made a lot of staff changes. Clark Lee at Vandy, Greg Schiano at Rutgers, Mike Loxley at Maryland.
And 2 of those 3 have improved a lot over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and Vandy, of course, with Vandy, I mean, you know, going from 3 wins to 6 wins is, you know, a minor miracle. So then when you look just at the 2023 coaches that were hired, 3 coaches have made 10 or more staff changes in their first 3 years and have a 500 or worse record. Rule, Braun, and Deion Sanders. And Rule is tied for the second most overall staff changes.
Right.
And so kind of the point we were looking at was Rule, it kind of compares more, unfortunately, when you look at the programs to Virginia Tech, Florida, and West Virginia, programs that moved on from their coaches, then they compare to Vandy, Rutgers, and Maryland, programs who kept their coaches, who fit that criteria. Now, of course, the interesting thing about this is none of them have as big a contract or a buyout as Matt Rule does, but it shows that a little bit of the history is a little bit of against you.
Clark Lee just got a big extension.
He did, but again, Vanderbilt and Nebraska really aren't comparable.
No, they're not. You're talking about 9-10 win team. So I'm not. And this is me not defending Matt Rule, but like the first thing I think about is that among those 2023 guys, and I have a running list in my computer that I keep for that. He's one of the few that didn't come from a place where he brought coaches with him, right? When you come from Carolina, he did have, but he didn't bring college coaches with him, right? And so I think his first hire, when he got hired, I think some of those hires were rushed. I'm not saying they shouldn't have been, but some of them were rushed. I think some of the decisions he made.
Recruiting class, that type of stuff.
I meant to get the recruiting class going with the changes that were happening, the transfers. I think he kind of rushed a little bit with what he did. Now, out of some of those hires, there were some good ones. Obviously, Tony White was a really good hire. We don't know how much it was him having to keep his offensive line coach because of a certain quarterback maybe they wanted. But looking at it overall, I'm interested. Like, I know Billy Napier left from Louisiana Lafayette. I wonder how many of those coaches he brought from the lower level with him that he then had to fire. Or did he just try to start all over? I don't know. But I'm always interested in about what you can bring with you, especially if you have guys that you know really well. Like, he would have wanted to bring Phil Snow with him, who would still be there, wouldn't have gotten fired. But obviously, Phil Snow wanted to step away from football for a little while, so he couldn't get Phil Snow. I know there were a couple other guys that he was looking at trying to get that he couldn't get either. Even Holgorsen, where he eventually asked him, he didn't get originally. So, yeah, everything I look at, that list I have from 2022 and then the 2023 list, in general, with expectations, Matt Rule would probably be fired based off of what Nebraska has done before, right? What they did to a guy like Mike Riley, they probably would have fired him. But 2 winning seasons in a row probably keeps him hired. And the money, that, of course, obviously, that they owe him.
Yeah.
How much do you think, too, Michael, is that he's being compared to Frost? Like that he's the guy who followed Scott Frost rather than the guy that I mean, certainly you couldn't follow Tom Osborne and have these results and be okay with it.
No, right. You couldn't even follow Bo Pelini.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're following Bo Pelini, and that's what happened to Mike Riley, right? You look at it, that second year, everything was going so well, and they ended up losing those last whatever games. I think it was 9-4 they finished with after starting 7-0. You look at what he had, and everybody was like, "Well, damn, why did we get rid of Bo if this was going to happen this way?" So yeah, I certainly believe it. Part of it is, but then now, do we feel a little bit worse for him because of what happened in the Moose book and what he walked into supposedly being completely unraveled in terms of the administration? I don't know, but I think there are people that on the side of Matt Rule that are saying, "Hey, look, see what he wrote about? That's what we're having to deal with. That's what we're having to rebuild. That's what we're having to remake. That's what we're having to deal with."
But there's another side of it too. That because by the time Matt Rule got here, things had started, at least we think, had started to stabilize in terms of the leadership.
Yeah, well, you got an AD who was from here, pretty much, who still left.
Right.
And why did he leave?
And that was going to be my point. Was
Ed Carter also left in there?
To go to Ohio State.
Because those guys left, you wonder how much of the residual of dysfunction was still there. I mean, it certainly, and I know Sam McEwen wrote about this over the weekend in his Rewind column, saying that maybe all of these stories from the Moose book should
afford him grace,
afford a little more grace for the current administration, and I could certainly see an argument for that.
But the problem is going to always be that we're not all dumb, and we can make lists of things that Matt Rule has done wrong. And not as a first-time coach, but as someone who had been a coach at 2 other stops in college and one stop in the NFL. And he made simple mistakes like elevating. I said all the time, you elevate a defensive coordinator, you make him run a system he doesn't run, and he's a defensive coordinator that hasn't been a defensive coordinator for almost a decade or more than a decade.
Right.
That's just a mistake.
Yes.
Obviously, he made mistakes with some of the other coaches he hired, bringing in an offensive line or defensive line coach that just didn't have any experience in it. And then in the end, the stories that come out about Terry Braden are the worst stories out of anybody. You make fun of the wide receiver coach being young, but the things that Terry did, I mean, they're pretty young. So he's made his share of mistakes. He can't get from under any of those. I think that's why they are so quiet, and that's why they wanted to get to a spring quickly, because they didn't want to have the conversations about what's happened in those last 3 games and what's happened in the last few years, the end of seasons. So they are stuck right now in a spot where the majority of people, and it's sad, I talk all the time, that are just disenfranchised with the program. They don't believe that it's going to do anything. They believe we already know the ending to the story. We just haven't reached the end of the book.
Yeah.
And that's the worst way to be. Now, he's got every chance in the world to win games and take this, Tony or Ant or TC or whatever you call him, and make him, and that helps you turn everything around. That's what turned around for Clark Lee. He brought in a quarterback who couldn't be tackled, and he made a bunch of plays and did a bunch of things and won a bunch of games.
So, Mike, along those lines, like, you obviously talk to people who are going to practices and are getting to see them. Like, what are you interested in hearing about from those people over the next month and change ahead of the spring game? That, like, from those that you actually trust, not so much coaches or players or whatever. What are you looking to hear from them?
I want to hear more about Owen Chambliss, because I have a lot of hope for him being a dynamic player and giving them what Mike Schaefer was crying about. Wasn't saying crying about based off of him being young, or like we were talking about earlier, but crying over, you need to get more athletic at the linebacker position. And I believe he is one of those guys that's going to be more athletic at the linebacker position. These 3 new offensive linemen, they're all coming in with Power 1 experience, Power 4 experiences, but are these guys who are going to be able to step in and not have to get pulled out of games because they're jumping off sides or because they're letting guys go around them and getting their quarterback sacked? Those are the 2 positions I'm really interested in: the athleticism at the linebacker position and how good those 3 guys that are coming in on the offensive line will be. I can't wait to hear about some of the young wide receivers. I really like Keelan Smith. Out of everybody in the one big practice they let us go see outside inside of the stadium, Keelan Smith was dynamic, and I'm excited about seeing him. And then probably, I like to see who develops in terms of the young running back, because I think Mekhi Nelson is the number 1 guy, and I like Mosey as a guy who change of pace, catch the ball out of the backfield. But I really want to see what a Jamal Rule can do. Is Connor Booth going to get a shot? That's kind of the main ones that I'm curious about.
It just feels like a year where that running back, that they're going to be throwing a lot of different people out there just to see what works. And it could be a situation where they don't have a true number 1. And it's just, maybe this guy's got the hot hand, or maybe this guy's better in this situation. And it's It's very much.
So you think it's going to revert back to what it was before 25?
That's what it feels like to me in the moment. Now, someone could certainly come up and surprise me, but that's what.
If you look at 24, though, there were times where they gave the job to somebody and they got banged up.
Yeah.
So Dowdell had the job, right? Kind of.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, he stopped being able to run anymore. Something happened to him. Worn him out. I don't know what. Injury. We found out about the asthma, which nobody told us about until later. So all of a sudden, they had to move on to somebody else. Ramir kept getting injured until the bowl game when he got a chance to play. Emmett was behind him. Emmett had a little bit of tight muscle stuff. So it seems like every time they tried to give it to somebody, they would give it back because they were banged up. I'm obviously Gabe Irvin getting hurt again. So if one person stays healthy, like Emmett did last year, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a true number one, a guy that has 70% of the carries, and then the other guys are taking the games where Nebraska's winning, coming in and playing, and then giving the lead back a little bit of a rest.
Michael, going back to Moose, I have been a little surprised at whether it's when I say some locally, I mainly just mean Sipple, but I've seen some national people say like maybe Moose was onto something with the whole wanting to leave the Big Ten for the Big 12 because they're like it's less about money and more about are you happy where you're at? Are you surprised that so many are defending that idea? Given, I mean, John just scoffed at it.
I will. So at the beginning, so in 2010, when the news was breaking, and we both had good sources. I had really good sources in Texas and in Indianapolis, and Kevin had great sources, and so we were really ahead of it. What was happening in terms of the move, right? And so at the time, I didn't want to leave, and I was being selfish. I love driving to Iowa State. I love driving to Kansas State. I love driving to Kansas. I was being selfish, and my argument was, you're leaving a place where you value, especially the division you were in, where you value football more than anybody else in that division. You're going to a conference that has multiple teams that value it more, that have bigger stadiums than you, that have bigger budgets than you, that have bigger alumni bases than you, and you're going into that environment. I didn't think Nebraska was going to be as bad as they've been or struggle as much, but I didn't like the move. I thought you were leaving a place where you had good recruiting ties in Texas, where you had the chance to go and play those teams that, again, don't value football as much as you do, and beat them and be the big boy. As soon as they left the Big 12 and went to the Big 10, John Niatawa said to me, a guy who obviously went to Purdue and knows the Big 10, he goes, ain't none of them schools going to be scared of Nebraska. None of them have any kind of relationship with Nebraska.
And now they're not intimidated. Definitely not intimidated or afraid of.
Yeah, they're not intimidated by them at all. Coming in, Kansas and Kansas State had 30 years where they couldn't beat Nebraska and Iowa State, whatever, and all those teams, Baylor, all those teams had that time. Big 10 has none of that. And so obviously you can't go back to the Big 12 because of the financial implications, but I never wanted to leave. And I think if Nebraska makes that vote and votes to go with the conference television program, they actually get the television package before the Big 10 does. Before the Big 10 network, there's actually a Big 12 network. And that Big 12 network, Texas would have stayed, right? Colorado probably doesn't leave. I don't know what happens to Missouri because they're a bunch of bitches. But other than that, I'm not sure. But I could tell you that the other ones will stay with if you had that TV contract. And they would have made more money. And they would have been ahead of the Big 10 then. But Nebraska voted against it. Texas voted against it. Never happened.
Yeah, they voted against it because, I mean, I'm not saying Nebraska isn't at least a little responsible.
They are. They wanted to get the pinnacle Husker football network is what they wanted.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the emotion of leaving the Big 12 was because they felt they were getting jobbed by Texas all the time. And everyone was ganging up against them. So I got that. Yeah. But it ended up working out because, I mean, you're in the gated community.
Yes, you are.
You are in the rich neighborhood. You might not be the best house in that neighborhood, but you're at least inside the gates.
Yeah.
If you're in the Big 12 right now, yeah, they're trying to do some interesting things. They're trying to stay afloat.
See, but that's the other thing about this is like that conference very quickly, like if I have to imagine Oklahoma and Texas were already on the path out to the SEC, right?
Yes.
It's like you join, they leave in 6 months, and now the Big 12 is a weird amalgamation of the old Big 8, the old Big 12, West Virginia, and the Pac-12.
Yeah.
And so it's not even the same group of teams that Nebraska left in 2010.
Correct.
Well, the question is, what would have been better? Would have been better if the Big 12 would have folded like we thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
Those teams that were going to leave and go to the Pac-12, like Texas and them, if they would have all gone that direction, Oklahoma would have gone to the SEC. Would it have been better off for college football if you still had the whole Pac-16 and you had your big SEC, you had your Big 12, I'm not Big 12 gone, you had your Big 10. maybe it'd have been better because at least your conferences would have still been spread out and you
That's
had power on both ends. Now you don't have that power out there. So
yeah, and you don't have you don't have West Coast teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have West Coast teams in the ACC.
Correct.
As weird as it is in the Big Ten, it's weirder to talk about Cal and Stanford being the ACC.
I've never thought of it that way.
Yeah, me neither.
If it had blown up like we thought it was going to in the wake of Nebraska,
Chip Brown would have been right.
Yep.
That even though, we would still be down a conference, we would at least still have a West Coast presence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And maybe the imbalance, I mean, the Big Ten was still going to be rich. There's no question about it. But but maybe they wouldn't be as far out ahead as they would have been. And the Pac-16 with Texas in it would have held up its own bargain and maybe become a very viable conference.
You know the best part of the whole thing? Kansas would have been in the WAC.
I was going to say, this then reverts back into, because in the end, one conference had to die, and that was sadly the Pac-12, with which Oregon State and Washington State all out on their own. This would have meant Kansas State, Iowa State, Kansas. What would have
and
happened?
maybe Baylor. And maybe Baylor.
Yep. And maybe
that would have been the other one. That would have been the fourth one. That probably would have been poop out of luck.
So
what if, baby? What if comics?
What if indeed? So you're a big Night of the Seven Kingdoms guy.
Oh my God, that show is so I didn't know anything about it, right? And four episodes had already aired. And I was talking to Logan about watching our next show, and he said, "Hey, let's watch this." And I'm like, "Oh, what is it about?" And he told me where it was from, and I was like, "Oh, sure." And we watched the first four like that, and
a half hour.
They are so good. And then we anxiously waited this whole week, and he was at Wesleyan Honor Band, and so when he got back, we had to watch The Pit because we had missed watching The Pit on Thursday. We are in a good spot for Prestige TV right now. We're in a really good spot.
Really?
Not just Prestige TV. I don't know if you guys have listened yet, but the 30 for 30 on Murder at the U is incredible. The podcast. Have you listened to it?
Oh, no.
Paula Levine put it together, or she's the one hosting it. And it's incredible. You know, telling the story of the defensive lineman who was killed all those years ago and how they never closed it. Listen, they got that going on. The Pit is incredible television. Night of the Seven Kingdoms is great.
Michael, I forget. Do you watch Industry? Have you?
I've not watched Industry yet.
So I started that probably at the start of this year, and I am almost caught up. That show is awesome.
Is it 4 seasons? I'm behind.
Yeah, 4 seasons.
It's a long way.
8 episodes a season.
We're watching Shrinking, which is a sneaky, incredibly funny show.
Yeah.
And it's even better because my wife's a therapist.
Yeah, that's
it's even better to watch. It'd be like watching Sports Night with me, you know, back when I was actually on TV doing that stuff. So that's a really good show too. There's a bunch of Apple TV is killing it. There's good stuff on Max, obviously. We got rid of Netflix. We don't have Netflix anymore because it kept going up. So we don't have that. But out of everything else we have, there's a lot of good stuff on television right now. Great, because there's no sports left.
I've been trying to tell John to watch I've been trying to tell John to watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and he's always
it's I don't know how you feel about that whole world. It took me a long time to go and actually watch Game of Thrones. I didn't start watching Game of Thrones until season 4, and then I binged it so I could be a part of society and know what people were talking about. But it's better than it kind of reminds me of the last season of Clone Wars in terms of Star Wars, that animated show. That's better than the majority of all the movies made. This 8 episodes or whatever, or will be 6 episodes of this show is better than the majority of what I watched in Game of Thrones.
Really?
Yeah, it's better. Less nudity, but everything else is great. Yeah, I mean, there was tons of nudity, and that's what got Game of Thrones so known.
Well,
I mean, the books, obviously, but every episode is just nudity. And you're like, oh,
well, it's the same with The Sopranos. You notice with those HBO shows, those first couple of seasons, they really get you with the nudity, and then they back off on it big time. You know, by season 3, season 4.
Yeah.
But
Did you guys watch Dying for Sex?
No.
One of the best shows I watched all last year. It won a bunch. It won a couple of Golden Globes. It won an Emmy. It doesn't get talked about a lot because people don't necessarily watch shows about cancer. But Michelle Williams is the main actress in it. And I'm remembering it now because I've been seeing all these Dawson clips after Vanderbeek died. But that's a show definitely worth watching.
Okay.
I mean, you mentioned Star Wars a moment ago. You know, tomorrow the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer comes out.
That is correct. Very excited about that.
Really?
I'm not
the little
excited.
mini trailer came out during the Super Bowl.
I know.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
You didn't like the Mandalorian?
No, I did, but I don't like the most recent season. I want stuff to be its own little world, and then it just has to always bring in the damn Skywalkers.
Yeah,
it's all the same story. Do it.
Well,
That's why
Luke,
Andor
that was
rocked.
one of the greatest moments in Star Wars history.
It was cool, but come up with an original idea. Do something different.
Well,
Go
it was-
separate.
we never saw him work that way, though. We'd never seen him pull a Vader. That was basically pulling a Vader.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
And it's not like it's not like they live in that universe all the time.
Yeah, it was just the one time he came along. Now, Ahsoka's going to be in it. I love Ahsoka, that character, so I'm glad she's going to be in it. Looking forward to seeing more of her.
When is that movie coming out? Is it in May?
It's in May. Beginning of the summer.
So we're finally back to putting movies back in May again.
I mean, we
Yep.
have.
Yep.
No,
That whole
but
summer. Look at the summer schedule. It's
Star Wars,
packed.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It's packed. It
This
is
summer
absolutely
is?
packed.
Really?
We've got the new Nolan movie, which Michael will make a joke about falling asleep during, like he always does.
Just the middle third.
Yeah.
The rest of it's always great. It's just the middle third that's bad.
Middle third.
The middle third of Tenet was some of the worst TV or movie ever.
I'm not a huge Tenet guy. That's
Okay, I'm just saying. Every one of his movies.
Oppenheimer, middle third, the bomb goes off.
Well, you couldn't hear anything in the first 30 minutes of Oppenheimer. You have no idea what they were talking about. Why can't I hear the dialogue? Please turn on closed captioning for me so I can hear the dialogue. Thank you
Why
very much.
would they have an issue with the
Nolan movies always have.
He likes natural sound.
He doesn't do like the, you know how after the film movies they'll go and they'll re-record. He doesn't like doing that.
He doesn't like doing that. He'd rather you not hear what's happening.
That's
Strange Bird.
That's bad storytelling.
I mean,
what's the plane movie? What's the other one that he did? With just the plane and the Dunkirk. Dunkirk.
Oh, Dunkirk.
If you didn't sleep in Dunkirk, you are an incredible not sleeper.
Sorry that I like
that movie.
History of World War II.
I love World War II, and there's some really good movies and TV shows made in World War II. That was not one of them.
At least in Midway, you could hear what Ernest Borgnine was saying.
Yes. Masters of did you watch Masters of the Air?
No.
The third part of the World War II movies. You had the Pacific, the Band of Brothers, and you had Masters of the Air.
No.
Oh, I know.
It's all about the bombers. It's incredible.
It's a show. It's not a movie.
It's awesome. Television show. Television
on
show.
Apple.
Oh, I didn't know they did.
It was on Apple. It was so good.
I loved Pacific. The Pacific. Was
I forget.
really
You've
good.
never seen Band of Brothers, right?
I saw a little bit of it.
That's the third part of it is the Masters of the
I
Air.
thought the Pacific was really good.
Pacific was good. Yeah.
Brothers.
You should go to World War II Museum in New Orleans. You should do it.
One of these days. One of these days.
Maybe a Final Four in New Orleans with Creighton. Never know.
Not this year, Michael.
It won't. Well,
What happened? What do you say that for?
The Final
Did
Four.
you see-
the
hey,
Final
real quick.
Four is not in New Orleans.
I know. I said one of these years.
No,
with
because
Creighton.
Michael will be back with us tomorrow and Wednesday too. But Seth Davis had one of the dumbest tweets that I've ever seen this
That's
weekend.
saying something.
Well, it was oh man, he tweets too much. I can't
He's a
find it.
Duke guy.
But he was like, Creighton lost. This is probably going to push them off the bubble to make the tournament. Here it is. Creighton falls at home to Villanova for its fifth loss in the last road games at UConn and St. John's are next. Blue Jays falling behind fast in a chase for an NCAA bid. Yeah,
John
that's
turned it off like 4 games ago.
That's pretty dumb.
He turned it off 4 games. I was like at least hopeful that maybe they
didn't
can get
turn
upset
anything
on UConn or St. John's, and maybe that would.
I didn't turn anything off.
You turned it off, Jimmy. You turned it off. Don't
I
even
did not
stop.
turn it off. Listen, that's a dumb tweet.
Yeah.
Still is not as dumb as Woj announcing that Hoiberg was coming to Nebraska a week after Hoiberg announced he was coming to Nebraska.
Well, he just found out.
Because Woj bomb. You talk about bombs that went off you never heard.
I'll never understand why you were so triggered by
Because
that.
it was stupid. Everyone brags about how this guy's such a great breaking news guy. He was a week late.
For the NBA. That was
Like
college.
Cronkite coming on and freaking New Year's Eve.
Kennedy's still dead.
63 saying, oh, yeah, and the president just got shot. Yeah, no poop, Sherlock.
What?
Yeah, I
He
know.
covered the NBA, not college.
I woke up the next day and everyone was like, did you see this Matt Rule extension happen? I was like, oh,
Yeah,
interesting,
what?
interesting.
What?
Wow.
I can't believe it.
And then you got a phone call.
Then I got a phone call.
And then you got a phone call.
Got a phone call. All right.
All right. That's a Michael Severe
you
Monday.
tomorrow.
Michael, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Right.
Coming up, content. What do
Nebraska lost 11-6, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, the winning streak was bound to end at some point.
Kyle says, weird. Nebraska felt like everyone was against them when in the Big 12, and now the Big 10 is always out to get them. If you think everyone is an ass, maybe it's you.
Maybe they should look inward.
Again, from a financial stability standpoint, best move they ever made. Does the conference suck? Do the people in the conference suck? Do the decisions people make suck? Yes.
Yeah, but it's not like you.
But they're rich.
Think of the Big 12. They have your goober guy that you love, and then they have West Coast schools and West Virginia. It wouldn't be the same.
No, it would not be.
Anybody wanting them to go back in 2020 is not acknowledging that league is also way different than it used to be.
Oh, much different.
Way different.
Let's see. Well, we got a little bit of everything, including, speaking of people moving around conferences, this one came out of left field.
Oh, interesting.
And Jerome Tang. No longer.
With a little tang in it?
Is K-State in the mood for Tang? As we celebrate our 87-year-old
Would you stop it?
16-20 the zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. What's up, John?
So now they do team ski jumping.
Awesome.
Are they just holding hands and Thelma and Louising off of the
it's
ramp?
like points. You get points.
Changes stuff all the time. You know what they ought to do? What? You want to have team ski jumping? Everyone should jump at the exact same time.
That would be pretty cool to see.
And they're all holding hands, like in unison.
Like a Beatles song.
Then when they land, they have to make sure not to tumble over each other. That takes skill.
That would certainly be exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Not as exciting, though, as content.
Jeremy Tang is not only out of
It's
Kansas.
not Jeremy.
Jerome?
Jerome.
Okay. I've known people named Jeremy.
Jerome's in the house, so watch your mouth.
Jerome Tang is not only out at Kansas State, he was fired for cause. This stemming from his press conference last week that we had a bit of fun with.
Dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. You know, yeah, I'd wear a paper bag too if I was them.
Was this the right move by the Wildcats top brass?
I mean, to fire him, it might have been if he's not winning enough games, but to fire him for cause and not try to buy out his contract by claiming he violated provisions in his contract. I mean, all he was saying was, hey, there might be guys not back in their uniform next year. Coaches do that all the time. There is no way in hell Kansas State is going to win this case. Tang has already employed lawyers, though, so it's going to be another fight. Good luck, Kansas State. You're going to owe him money.
Yeah, they absolutely will. Because the reasoning behind it, you know, putting us in a bad light, whatever, that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit. He was a frustrated coach. It's obvious that they just wanted to get rid of him. I can't believe that they're trying to do it for cause, though. That's ridiculous. And that he coached another game after that, too. That's wild.
That is wild. It's crazy, man.
It's crazy talk, Nick.
It is crazy talk.
Wild.
Ooh, B.
Yeah.
It's B wild.
For
Crazy,
once,
John.
Gus Johnson said something over the weekend that wasn't cringeworthy, but revealing.
What?
Here he was talking about Ohio State's basketball NIL.
I will have to paraphrase because for some reason the video did not get saved. But
Chicago!
But in the middle of the game, he mentions that all of Ohio State's NIL money is going to Ryan Day. He even calls out, he even says, I need to talk to my guy Ted Carter and see if he can get a little more money for the basketball team.
Admiral Ted.
Yes, Admiral Ted.
So what was the question here?
Admirable.
Nick, ask the question now that was on this question.
You think that maybe those words are coming straight from Coach Jake Diebler?
Yes, and here's why. Remember the time that Nebraska played Ohio State in Lincoln and Gus and Joel suddenly started talking about Adrian Martinez's broken jaw.
Yes.
That Scott Frost had obviously talked to them about. There must be a disconnect from coaches to Gus on what is on and off the record. And he just takes every story and applies it to the broadcast. So to answer Nick's question here, yeah, I think that's what did happen.
Now, the difference is I think this is something that the coach did want to get out there.
Oh, you think so? Then,
sure.
Yikes, he might get fired for cause too.
To get the message out that, hey, we could use a little bit more support on the NIL side because it's all going to football. Because Gus and Jim Jackson, his partner, were in this conversation, and Jimmy Jackson was he was stating matter of fact, yeah, this is what it's like at a lot of football schools. You know, most of the money goes to the football program, and the basketball program gets a little bit of the short shrift. And, you know, you wonder about schools like Nebraska as well, you know, who put a lot more emphasis on football than they do on everything else. I guarantee you this was something Jake Diebler said behind the scenes, and he doesn't mind that it gets out there.
Wow.
Tyreek Hill is an unrestricted free agent. The Dolphins cut him loose today. Will anyone take a flyer on him after his blown out knee ended last season, or that other time a couple seasons ago he was hurt playing the Titans and then he was never the same after that? Or also the fact that he's just kind of a general garbage human being?
Someone will probably take a chance on him.
I bet it's the Browns.
It better be for really, really, really cheap. Because I mean, he's already 32 years old.
Yeah.
Washed.
He's going through, I mean, this was a major, it wasn't just a ligament, wasn't it a dislocation as well?
It was pretty nasty.
It was a major knee injury.
Yeah.
And to Nick's point, yeah,
he's a bad dude.
He's got some issues off the field behaviorally. So I saw one of my Rams people that I follow taking a poll question. We want to take a chance on him? And I was
Hell no.
No.
Yeah.
We're fine without him. Thank you very much.
You don't want to sell your soul for him because of what you mentioned. Let's see. Yeah. So he had a dislocated left knee, multiple torn ligaments, including his ACL. No. First of all, bad human being. I would start there. The other thing, though, is his production has dropped off massively, and where that most shows itself is his yards per catch. He is not the explosive player that he once was.
Right.
He's not as fast as he once was, and that was before the injury. So you're probably right. Somebody will take a flyer on him, but, man, if there ever was a time for someone to say, nah, we're good, this would be it.
Put it on the list.
Ooh, get the
Tyreek
tomatoes.
goes to the Browns.
Tyreek, wow. Our poor Browns fans in the audience.
Sorry, Browns fans. Commissioner Nerd is in a pickle. The NBA's Adam Silver is frustrated about tanking to the point where the draft would be abolished and all rookies would be free agents. But will this actually be worse?
So here'd be the argument for it. It would, like, being bad would serve no purpose.
Right.
Like, there are players.
There's no advantage to drafting.
There are teams benching players now. It is February. This was happening before the All-Star break. Like, that's pretty catastrophic when you think about 2 months of fans having to go through slop basketball. That's horrible. Now, of course, the return argument would be, yeah, but then the Lakers and the Knicks could be really good. It's like, I mean, a salary cap still exists, though. You can't just try to sign all the good players. If you want to curtail tanking, I would say that would be certainly a really good option to try to stop.
Here's the problem, though.
What's that?
If everyone's a free agent, you know what's going to happen. You're going to have
NIL for the NBA.
Well, in a way, yes, because you'll have a lot of shoe companies trying to steer their highest priced clients to the best markets for them.
But if there's no salary cap room on those markets, what do they do?
Yeah, but if the money can be made up by the shoe companies and you're just trying to steer it, I still think you need a draft. If it gets really bad, then you just do a random draw where every year you could be drafting anywhere and it's no longer performance based. But I don't think you can just make everyone a free agent, because then you'll get a lot of shenanigans going on behind the scenes with sponsors and shoe companies trying to steer their players to the most desired franchise.
Maybe Kenneth is onto something. Is that why Creighton is playing so bad? We're going to get a high draft pick.
No, that's not how it works.
Oh.
The first college team to unveil sponsorship patches on their uniforms for next season are the LSU Tigers. What do we think of them?
Woodside Energy must be
Woodside?
big energy because they've got a whole university sponsorship. But they got the little patch there up on the I guess it'd be the right shoulder. I mean, am I a fan? No.
Oh,
this was inevitable anyway. It's going to happen. I guess as far as uniform sponsorships go, it's not
garish.
It's not terribly garishly large and
capricious
and ridiculous, but when they start adding patches for SEC championship game or I'm an SEC graduate.
Yes, that's the thing. When they
national
start going the
championship
playoff
game,
and then it's
and you
like
start looking like the stupid Seahawk uniforms did.
The
Yeah.
NASCARification of college football.
Nice. Yeah, I'm with you. Doesn't look bad on its face, but then they're going to add other stuff later, and it will look pretty terrible. My question is, of course, who comes to Nebraska? Everyone is always joking about Runza, but, man, this does seem like a bank sponsorship, FMBO, one of those types
Well,
of
but that was the talk with the whole Big Ten Enterprises, was that the whole league was going to pool together and all have the same uniform sponsor.
Well, they didn't do that, so they got to.
They didn't do that.
Casey's?
So there is still hope. There is still hope for Bob's House of Cheap Funerals to be Nebraska's uniform sponsor or Iowa's uniform sponsor.
I want it to be a Runza. That would be funny.
You want the green on the red and white uniform?
Yeah, it's like Christmas time, which is John's favorite holiday.
Yeah.
I miss Christmas, don't you?
Nope.
When I think Big East, I think Creighton and Marquette.
Yep.
When I think Atlantic Coast Conference, of course, I think Stanford and Cal.
Always.
And now, when I think Mid-American Conference, I'll be thinking Sacramento State. Wait, what?
This is not one of those schools that like has a name that makes it sound like they're in California, but they're actually somewhere else, right? This isn't like
They're in
Jacksonville
Sacramento.
State. Oh,
yeah, they're actually in
Yeah,
Sacramento.
the conferences are stupid. This is just more continuation. At least with the big conferences, it makes sense to me. I guess who am I to judge Sacramento State? Their budget's now going to go up because they're joining the MAC. But golly, man, I don't remember what it was. I saw some sport last week. It was a Big Ten men's or women's basketball game, and it was an East traveling to a West Coast, and it was on a weeknight. And it's just like, this is just the dumbest thing. And at least, though, with the Big Ten, there's a lot of money involved. There ain't that much money involved with the MAC.
But do you know they're paying $23 million to do this?
Wow.
They have to pay $18 million as an entrance fee, and then a $5 million fee to the NCAA because they're moving up from the FCS. So they're paying $23 million just to join the MAC, only in football.
Odd.
And they are going to, I mean, literally, this is the one conference that has everybody pretty much in the, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana footprint. There's a couple of schools just a little bit to the outside. And then you have this one lone school way out there. Stupid. Dumb.
Well, I'll leave you guys with this, which is not stupid. It's going to be in the 70s tomorrow.
Oh!
Is it time to bust out 1620 the grill?
I think it might be.
Well, I mean, I'll be on a plane to a much colder place.
1620 the plane. I know Riss has been.
Chance?
Speaking of food, we're about to do what's for dinner. She has been out on the she's been on the deck using the flat top, making a bevy of breakfast burritos. And she has occasionally sent me photos of the bacon that she cooked out there, and then the hash browns, and then the eggs, and then making the burritos themselves. I am very excited for.
Are there also pictures of the employees that were having sex on that?
No employees. Look at that, John.
Well, you got to season
Look
the grill.
at those,
Wait
John.
a minute. You want to accuse my wife of slop? That looked kind of sloppy.
I mean, it's hash browns and eggs and cheese and bacon
from
there.
this distance, it looks
does.
like slop.
But then it turns into a burrito.
What, by magic?
Well, you have to cook it. See, look at. Well, there's Banks.
Well, wait, that's your dog.
Look at all. Not on the grill. Look at all that bacon, though.
Good grief! Is she feeding a clone army?
Nice. Good reference. Man, I'm hungry. Looking at all these photos is making me hungry.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, what's for? I guess you've already done it.
I got something else for dinner. I'll tell you about it next.
All right, 1620 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Roast beef, mashed potatoes, gravy.
The gravy. We're doing Philly cheesesteak style sandwiches with braised beef, provolone cheese, peppers and onions, and fries.
Nice. I don't know. I have to figure it out later.
Someone wanted to know if I've given my Nebraska baseball prediction this year. No.
Should have picked them to lose the Stanford.
They won't win the Big Ten tournament. That's my prediction.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.